a soil erosion on the river's island's economy as the population's livelihoods have been affected. Majli's cry represents the urge for help from ecological sites which are tired of sustaining precarity on their own. So the selected songs of Zubeen Garg retell stories through ecological metaphors that might otherwise have gone unheard. In Routledge Encyclopedia of Narrative Theory, Hayes introduces the concept of eco-narratives. Next slide. According to her, eco-narratives convey a sense of ecosystem through narration. These are, I quote, ecological or environmental stories which often stand out through their sense that the natural world is often threatened and requires protection from human impacts. As Bufalino and their Preller highlight, eco-narratives are narratives that integrate eco-storytelling with ecological themes to address global challenges like climate change and biodiversity loss. Krisanova states, eco-storytelling, also known as climate storytelling, encompasses diverse communication practices aimed at addressing climate change. She points out that eco-storytelling might involve various narrative techniques across platforms such as film, art, digital media, and literature to reach the public and raise environmental awareness. The same can be said of select Zubeen Garg songs which highlight the necessity of addressing ecological issues, land restoration, and forest preservation. As a popular artist, he takes on the responsibility of singing for the unrepresented. In his essay Zubeen Garg, the irreverent icon, Pradhani compares Zubeen Garg to the legendary singer Elvis Presley. As Pradhani says, I quote, "He was the only rock star of song in the true sense of the term, for he defied convention, deviated from the codes, and even threw challenges to the unexpected quarters. He knew his charisma. He was aware of his power as a singer." Next. The song is the story of Zubeen's unhindered mind. He asked the fierce horse inside his mind to run its race with utmost speed, carrying the tale of the cracked land. It should carry the temporary stanza of his song and spread it throughout the world. The Jewel seemed Shallian, with the same urge to spread his word through an imaginary persona. However, the Teji Ghura here is Zubeen himself, while in case of Shelley it was his west wind. This Teji Ghura would march forward with his thoughts irrespective of the shackles of rules and tyranny of materialism. In fact, Zubeen's voice has remained even after his demise, and so has remained his dream of a green world. Following his demise, next slide, the Zubeen fan club at Hibohagar have planted 40,000 saplings in memory of his 40,000 songs. Similarly, at Kaziranga National Park, 52 trees were planted, while All Assam Students' Union had planted 53 Nahor saplings. On October 12, 2025, two youths, Pankaj Deka and Mahadev Brahmo, started a campaign to plant Nahor saplings from Nalbari to Hibohagar. So I conclude my presentation with a view that Zubeen remains in the form of his favorite plant, which would keep his home evergreen. With that hope, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Burman, for that wonderful presentation. And we move on now to our next speaker, Dr. Parasmani Datta. The title of his presentation is Singing the Land and Voicing for Its People, comparison Bhutan, Hazarika and Zubeen Garg.
Good morning, Chairperson, fellow speakers, good afternoon rather, and ladies and gentlemen. So here is a humble attempt to talk about and Zubeen Garg together, two cultural icons of Assam in two successive eras. While doing this, I'm aware that I'm at the risk of skipping or missing many things because there's many people, including Dolly Kikon, has said that we are actually in the process of understanding Zubeen Garg. So my title is something made like this: singing the nation and voicing for its people, Bhupen Hazarika and Zubeen Garg. Next slide, please. So one enter more. So I would like to do a quick mapping of the different eras, actually, to justify, whether they are mutually compatible for some kind of comparison, or to make a kind of reading them in the context of their historical context, the era within which they used to perform for the masses. In the case of Bhupen Hazarika, we all know he was, as an artist, born out of the cultural nationalism of Assam during the time of Indian freedom movement. He was nourished by Daya like Jyoti Prasad, Mishnurabai and others. He was born out of that, and he experienced Indian freedom movement, and of course the phases of the optimism on the aftermath of Indian independence, that the hope of a newborn nation and the dream of a progressive society, the nation building process, nation building both political, administrative as well as cultural, integration of different people, because there was no India before that. And then, of course, industrialization and urbanization, and towards the later part of his life, the part was relevant about the post-independence discontents and internal turmoil, both economic, social, as well as political. So these are the high points which are marked of the Bhupen Hazarika's era, which I find relevant in his lyrical creations. In the context of Zubeen Garg, actually, roughly we can say where Bhupen Hazarika's era ended, practically from there, Zubeen began to experience the era of Assam. The discontents and disenchantment of the dream of independence. The first album Zubeen created in 1992, and those decades were actually quite a moment for the people of Assam. Shattered by the hopelessness of Assam movement, insurgency, military operations. So those were the headlines of Assam at the time. And there was also some external waves coming up, which we now call the cultural globalization on the aftermath of the adoption of the open market policy. And digital music industry and the popular culture, where actually we saw intense commodification and consumerism in the name of art, especially music. And also the digital and the virtual world, where the societies are described by Manuel Castell as the network society, platform economy, for example, the social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. These platform economies do have substantial bearing on artists like Zubeen Garg, the way he produced his art and the way people consumed his productions, and also something we cannot miss about, which he called the Generation Zoomer, so Gen Z. Next one. I'd like to talk about something called their engagement with the land. I'd like to call it iconography of the land and its people, discovery, ethnography, and imagination. In Bhupen Hazarika's time, the decades or the times where he began to describe Assam on the aftermath of Indian independence, it was actually a discovery for all. It was a discovery of intracultural acquaintance and knowing each other. It was a time actually, which was a kind of matching with the national integration policy and knowing the different linguistic group, cultures group, one another. Before the establishment of All India Radio, people of Western Assam were not aware of something called zikir, a kind of Islamic folk devotional tradition practiced by the Assamese Muslim in Hippohagore. And people of Dibrugarh and Hippohagore were not aware of something called Gwalporia folk songs. So this was a kind of intercultural acquaintance, discovery, and knowing each other and getting meaning out of it. So Bhupen Hazarika was probably one of the most visible person who championed that intercultural discovery and giving meaning to it. And many of his such creations, they were actually deep ethnography of the various distinctive cultural life form, which I'd like to call the capture of the different ethnoscapes. He described the distinctive cultural life world of almost all indigenous communities of Assam. Since I am speaking in Shillong, I cannot afford to miss the kind of songs he sang about the Meghalaya culture. You know, he compared the Khasi Krikhok and the Rongbon of Assam, the flute player of Assam and the player of Shoreti here, the song about Lee and Macau. And there are many other such kind of description and celebration of ethnoscapes of the Indian communities, and also different places, both urban places, like, you know, there was a song, Moinazan, he randomly shouts, you know, he randomly takes the names of different places of Assam, Mongoloi, Hippohagor, and everything. It was a kind of, it is as if you were actually looking at the map of Assam with urban town centers. And especially he was engaged with something called the Brahmaputra and the Bohag. That is very special because he repeatedly referred to Brahmaputra to define the Assamese civilization, Assamese cultural history, and also his repeated singing of the season Bohag for different purposes. With renewed meanings. Bohag is not more than a season. And he also used Bohag for a kind of very native eroticization and longing kind of thing. There were Mitha Mitha Bohagor, Gite Thike, Rasulguli Bhabilu, something like that. So I am skipping because I need to finish everything within 10 minutes. Yeah, okay. Okay, if we look these kind of things in the context of Zubeen, Zubeen engagement with this land and people was different than Bhupen Hazarika because of the call of the different times. At that time, that territoriality of the land, the celebration of the boundedness that we stay here, those people stay there, this kind of boundaries were deterritorialized. People began to undermine this territorial boundedness because of the waves of globalization. And also, instead of those fixed and static kind of takes, people were more interested in producing and consuming fragmented snapshots of ordinary life. For example, he didn't mention about any specific community, but songs like Bati Bhorai Sira Khabi or Ul Guthi Bojanane, that actually connects with all urban and rural communities of Assam of his contemporary times. And another distinction about Zubeen was that unlike Bhupen Hazarika, who solely authored his own lyrics, Zubeen had a very meaningful collaboration with different generations of lyricists. Probably the song which is played by my first speaker, it was written by Hiren Bhattacharya. And he also reproduced songs of Jyoti Prasad Vishnurabha, Bhupen Hazarika, and even some of the forgotten singers like Boykunthanath Gogoi, bearing upon the urban nostalgia. And in later, he also had a very effective collaboration with someone like Manav Robin, who was the creator, the lyricist of many of his cult songs. And another aspect is that Zubeen performed and reproduced the folk songs of practically all traditional genres of Assam. Bihu songs, Borgit, the sacred semi-classical songs of Assam, and Deyabisar Gate, Tukari Gate, you name it. And those, though he was it was a kind of commercial kind of productions, but we were surprised that his recordings were actually played in the numbers, in satras, in the daily affairs. So I would like to say that this is another kind of embodiment, of embodying the land and its cultural contents through these kind of traditional resources which he reproduced. Though actually his own penned lyrics innumerably fewer than the works of Bhupen Hazarika. Next one. Next, I would like to quickly dwell on the theme of love, longing, and desire, because we call these artists as the voice of the people, but I don't think when we say voice of the people, we cannot conform only to the slogans for the street or something like that. Even the personal emotions which are shared and which are actually connected to people, they also qualify, this kind of creations, this kind of singing also qualify the artist to be called, effectively representing the voice of the common people. In the case of Bhupen Hazarika, we see breaking of traditions of his time and intellectualization of emotion and aestheticization of desire. He was talking about Niyom Bhangar Niyom Ije, that was a kind of, he was talking about a tradition of breaking the tradition. It was a kind of, in the name of love and in the name of longing. He was expressing his desire to break the confinements in the name of it. And he has songs which can represent his intellectualization of emotions. Say, for example, he was using Picasso's painting metaphors for his deep desires, Dimurtamur Nikhatijen, something like that. And there were also references to Kotorok, Suhido, Vijat, Kukumor. Even in his romance and desire, he was carrying his class consciousness. In the context of Zubeen, as it has been quite emphatically said by the young scholars in the previous session, it was about deep emotional resonance, melancholic longing for elusive love, and personal and self-love. For Zubeen, I think instead of narrating or any anecdotal kind of lyrics, actually, the depth of the emotion that matters. And that depth of the emotion was such a kind of transcendental nature that actually it is difficult to define whether it's a love song or a song of protest. I can refer to some of my experiences here. All of you are aware of what happened in Diaspora University after the death of Zubeen Garg. Students were on the street protesting against the authority. And I could see that most of the time they were protesting singing a song called Mayami, which is actually a love song. So this compassionate communion of people, doesn't matter whether it is about revolt or against the authority or something like that, that gives the power. So this was Zubeen's, my quick take on Zubeen's lyrics or Zubeen's performances about love and desire. Then my next slide is on taking on social media, political issues, pathology and diagnosis. In the case of Bhupen Hazarika, we can summarize some of the issues which he took on. He was against casteism. He championed his revolt, sarcasm against the deep-rooted casteism in Assam, economic classes. We know his cult song, Manue Manor Babe, Tula He Tula, where these songs he created during his activism under the Revolutionary Communist Party of India, and also Bharatiya Gananatya Sangha. He also took pivotal role in important historical moments of Assam, such as language movement and Assam movement. In the language movement, he and Hemango Biswas took a cultural activism, trying their best to preserve the basic humanism in the political intense movement. Similarly, in the Assam movement, very maturely, very sensibly, he didn't take any specific side, but he was insistent on maintaining the basic human standard. And he single-handedly created something called Hodu Ahom Janasanskriti Porikhor. He gathered the various performing artists of Assam, and he its cultural tours, singing and speaking and talking to the crowds on the street, and a call for maintaining human dignity, even in the times of political urgency. And Bhupen Hazarika was an icon of humanism, and that which he tried to foster even in the times of political challenges. In the case of Zubeen, it was a kind of disenchantment discounted with social and human conditions. Terrorism, death, and destruction which he experienced. He very tellingly he was writing about Mrityu Etya Hobos, Mrityu Etya Usok. And he was also taking on the corruptions and dirty political practices. I will come to this the style of these two people in my next slide, which I call the politics and aesthetics of resistance. Bhupen Hazarika adhered to the mainstream Assamese cultural nationalism and its norms. His lyrics were the weapons and powerful vocabulary, refined formal language and articulation and intellectual sophistication, and cohesive lyrics and concrete statements. So even Zubeen also made a very interesting assessment of Bhupen Hazarika in his studio. In his interview with the Babel studio, I said that Bhupen's strength was his lyrics, but as a singer, actually, probably Zubeen was inclined to give more marks to his younger brother, Jayanta Hazarika. That gives, of course, we may agree or disagree with that, but that's a very interesting and meaningful insight from Zubeen. So, as far as Bhupen Hazarika is concerned, his lyrics were his powerful weapon, and the instrumental musics were subtle, minimalist, but his statement through his voice, with his baritone voice, that was the capital of his song. Even if you ask people, a fan of Bhupen Hazarika, what are your takeaways after listening to his song? Probably a very clear-cut statement, a kind of narration or something like that. But in the case of Zubeen, more than a very clear-cut or cohesive statement, it's a mood or a feeling, right? This is, Zubeen is more into a very what cultural theories called a subcultural kind of genre, which are characterized by style as resistance. You can talk about his hairstyle, his dress, his extra, lyrical performances on stage, subversion of the categories. For example, Bhupen Hazarika was talking about peaceful coexistence of Hindus and Muslims, different classes, different tribal communities and non-tribal together. But for Zubeen, these categories itself was meaningless. That's why he very famously said, "Mor kono jati nai, mor kono dharma nai, mor kono desh nai." These categories, desh, jati, dharma, those were actually, he had a very subversive kind of stand, instead of actually talking about different jatis together or different dharmas together. And fewer, but his songs on directly taking on these social problems were fewer, but actually his social activism is more articulated through his social actions, his statements, his public speeches. He took on, say for example, unthinkable kind of authorities. He took on the Satra institutions of Assam, he took on Sahitya Sabha. And in fact, I would like to talk about that one issue for which actually I think only Zubeen spoke in Assam. It was about the recognition of Assamese language as the classical language. Right? Zubeen spoke about the futility of it. He was critiquing what the so-called authorized discourse of, heritage actually. He was saying that, okay, we are taking your petrol, we are taking your coal, we are taking your tea leaves, and occasionally we will be saying that your language is good, your bihu is wonderful, your karma is fantastic. So he was the only person probably who understood these politics of heritage, and he articulated without any hesitation. And lastly, this is my concluding slide. Both these persons, they were connected to the industry, cultural industry, music industry, and I'm taking these words, one from Theodore Adorno, who was talking about who was actually differentiating the pure artists as avant-garde and the commodified persons. And the manufactured stars I'm taking from Richard Dyer. So here, in both the cases actually, their discourses were different, In the case of Bhupen Hazarika, he was born out of social national institutions, and despite his exceptional fame, reputation, and honor, he couldn't build material capital as a kind of industry artist. We all remember the pathetic episodes actually when he had to resort to the advertisements of the Star Cemented or even the Baby Company. Right? He couldn't build fortune out of the industry. On the contrary, Zubeen started his career as an industry artist, right? And then he became a more kind of, the greatness of Zubeen is, I think, becoming the industry star, becoming the most popular star, becoming the star icon of the late modern age. He exceptionally could humanize the, you know, the he could use his strength as a stardom for the public causes, for the humanitarian kind of aspects. Right? And I would like to conclude with a kind of writing which I remember was written by someone called Phanindra Kumar Devasudari. He said that Zubeen was the child. Zubeen was the child of that famous story written by the Danish storyteller Hans Christian Andersen. The tale was the emperor's new clothing. When the king was walking on the street wearing nothing, and everybody was praying the king because of the fear that actually nobody has to point out that you are wearing nothing. But the child has the guts to say that the emperor is naked. So Zubeen could say that the emperor is naked, and probably after listening to Zubeen, many others also learned to say that yes, the emperor is naked. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for that wonderful presentation on the two great artists, Masan. You made it in time. Thank you very much for spending the time. So we'll just move on because I've got word from our organizers that we are running late. Our next speaker, Dr. Yasmin Yumshunga, is Assistant Professor in Sikkim University, Department of Mass Communication. The title of her presentation is Reading the Aura of Zubeen Garg Amidst the Mass Reproducibility of Maya Bini in the Age of Social Media.
Yeah, I'm very, now it's good afternoon exactly to the chairperson and everyone present here. I'll have to run like a train. I had to condense it and remove so much from my presentation because most of the things will be repetition, and I think I'll try to avoid that. So drawing on Walter Benjamin's the work of art in the age of its technological reproduction, and in some versions it's called mechanical reproduction, and contextualizing it in the age of digital and social media. My working paper, it's just a working paper, attempts to look at the concept of aura in relation to Zubeen Garg's song Maya Bini. So I'll be using these two words interchangeably. When I say Maya Bini, it's Zubeen Garg, and when I say Zubeen Garg, it's Maya Bini as well. And it's numerous reproductions. So by reproduction, I mean the social media covers, sample and electronic and AI generated songs by the network community on social media. So we all know that Maya Bini attracted adulation from different listeners and performers across the world. So my central thesis for now is that despite the sheer amount of renditions of the same songs by different people across the world, the aura that was associated with Zubeen was unmatched, as could be seen in many of the comments of the users and the performers. One was by Rick Basu, who sang a cover of the song, and he mentions that no one can sing this like the god himself, Zubeen Garg. Still, it's a simple, humble tribute. So, coming to Walter Benjamin, I'm sure that in the room many of you will be familiar with it. He lived from 1892 to 1940, and he's considered to be one of the most influential theorists of the 20th century. He was a part of the Frankfurt School, which is a Marxist intellectual tradition from the 1930s. So the Frankfurt School was mostly associated with the Institute for, Social Research at Goethe University, Frankfurt. He was especially, amongst other works, he was especially interested in 19th century modernity. By modernity, we mean the kind of historical changes that are attributable to the Industrial Revolution, mass transportation like trains, factory works, dissemination of capitalism, movement into the cities, and experiences of urban life. So why is he still relevant, and why did I choose his concept of aura? So what I found interesting in Benjamin's work is that it is largely written in a non-linear way, and things don't fall neatly from A to B, B to C, something like that. You'll find in his work that the past and the present are always in a dialogue with each other and persist outside the chronological time. And I felt that Zubeen's phenomenon also happens to follow a similar trajectory. But this is not to say that there is no linear argument in Benjamin's work, as we shall see later. So there is this quote from one scholar in one of the books that I read, that long before Marshall McLuhan, Benjamin saw that the way a bullet rips into its victim is exactly the way a movie or pop song lodges in the soul. And I think Maya Bini was this song that lodged inside the hearts and souls of people. Some things are quite inexplicable and elusive, and I, for one, found myself listening to the song on loop over and over again last year. And so I decided to work on this piece because it involved both feeling and thought. And somehow I have a penchant towards research which involves both the heart and the mind. I would like to acknowledge the influence of emotions in knowledge production. So Maya Bini, many people talked about it, but then it was originally released as a part of the 2001 film Dark, directed by Munim Barwa. So this is a translation, just the first paragraph. By many people have translated into English, but this is from Don Moi Hazarika. In the heart of this magical night, I can see your face at a distance. You have quietly crawled into a hidden corner of my heart, like a fresh droplet of dew on my withered mind, like the bright sunshine. But otherwise, I have danced with a storm for years. I have befriended darkness a long time ago. So Maya Bini, it's not really just a love song if you really think about it, but it's a longing soul's heart for connection in an ephemeral world, a yearning for a beloved, and the ache of separation. And that has since become Zubeen's most celebrated works. So he says in many of his concerts, in many different words, that this song, Maya Bini, is a fantasy for me. And he says it's a nice song, one of the darkest songs I've wrote, as I say, I written. Moi morile etu kan he bajibo kintu. So you all are familiar with it. And this made a lot of sense later on. I'll come to that later. And in one of his, he said it in a concert at B. Borwa College in Guwahati. So this song is important for me, for you, for me, and for everyone. And he also mentioned, like I said in Assamese, that when I die, Assam should sing this song. So he considered, Zubeen Garg considered this song to be his finest creation. It's claimed that he sang over 38,000 songs in 40 different languages. And Riju defines the song as abstract, emotionally powerful in one of his interviews. And it also gave a very unique soundscape because of the English flute and piano into the composition, which was not very common in Assam. So now coming to the definition of aura by Benjamin, it first appears in his 1929 essay, Little History of Photography, and then it is fully developed in the artwork essay. So what is the aura according to Benjamin? It is a strange tissue of space and time, the unique apparition of a distance, however near it may be. So he gives this example: to follow with the eye while resting on a summer afternoon, a mountain range on the horizon or a branch that casts its shadow on the beholder is to breathe the aura of those mountains, of that branch. So in simple words, it is the here and now of the work of art, its unique existence in a particular place. And that is how Benjamin has defined aura. Although his work primarily is about painting and later on films, it finds relevance even in the study of sounds and other media as well. So it is that elusive essence that makes the individual artifact a unique, it lends a unique entity to the individual artifact. So it separates the original from a subsequent multitude of copies. So this figurative distance, a psychological inapproachability, that is an authority in which what you find in Zubeen's Mayabini as well. The unique value of the authentic. You will know, or you know that originally the embeddedness of an artwork was in the context. It found expression in a cult. So in the earlier works, the most of the artworks were originated in the service of rituals. In other words, the unique value of the authentic work of art always had its basis in ritual. So later on, in this context of the rituality or the religiosity, Benjamin, you'll find Walter Benjamin celebrating reproduction, because when he says that in reproduction the work of art is released from its cultic value and it gains exhibition value. So cultic value versus exhibition value. Because in the exhibition value it can be accessed by all. So I shall come to this very briefly in this dichotomy of cultic value and exhibition value in a while. So it had political implications even for Benjamin, reproducibility. It had a political capacity because the very reproducibility shatters its aura and it enables a reception of it in a very different spectatorial space. And the shattering of the aura is what enables the construction of its object. And we find that in the age and within the space of social media, where it only takes a click of a button or seconds to copy anything and circulate it. So you will find that many people have understood Benjamin a little differently, but he's not actually lamenting the aura, decline or loss of the aura. In fact, Benjamin, we find him celebrating it. The loss of the aura matters to him because he says that it is a good thing. I will skip some of the things. So this auratic experience, you find it first among the ancient Greeks, because for them most of the things were had magical in its settings. Then you go to medieval ages, you find the religiosity of the medieval clerics. Then again, during the Renaissance, you find the secular worship of beauty. Everything had something common to it. Through different epochs, you will find that there is something similar, and that was the ritualistic basis that was underlying all of them. Then it moves to the 20th century with the introduction of photography, and even there you find the doctrine of art for art's sake. And this was also ritualizing or theologizing art in a way. So let's talk a little bit about Zubeen's aura. You know that it did not happen overnight. It happened gradually over the years, and it had a long history of cultural traditions, and a host of factors contributed to that aura. I can think of some. Some people have talked about it yesterday. So his rise to fame happened during the turmoil in the history of Assam. It was also because of his non-conformist persona, his fan clubs in different parts of Assam, his socialist communist ideology, also his adaptability, versatility, his activism, and also him saying in many settings in his concerts that Mayabini should be played when he dies. So all this played a role in the creation of his aura and also around Mayabini. So this aura that was associated with Zubeen when he sang it as Walter Benjamin contends, it had a directness to it, and this Mayabini operated from a whole living person. And you know that he performed it in multiple occasions for a live audience on stage. His fans were in real space and time. And you'll also find that, like many speakers mentioned yesterday, the extremes existed in remarkable balance. And it blended harmoniously when it comes to Zubeen, the ultra-modern and the traditional, the local and the global, the introverted and the extroverted. These are elements which might otherwise seem incompatible, but it existed harmoniously in Zubeen. And also the directness of the original composition sung by Zubeen was also further amplified, and this I find it very important. The sense of posthumous nostalgia, which we cannot overlook, and also, like Sir mentioned, platformed fandom. So in the process of reproduction, although the transformation kind of meant a loss of the art's authenticity and authority, it also led to the democratization of art, which Benjamin talks about, because Zubeen became a symbol of collective effect and solidarities, especially in a region, and it cut across linguistic, tribal, religious, and many other divides, including ideological divide, which is in a region that is marked by fragmentation over ethnicity, indigeneity, and also lopsided growth and development. So when we see cult value and exhibition value, Benjamin talks about the loss of aura when it moves from the cultic value to the exhibition value, but it doesn't follow a very linear trajectory when it comes to Zubeen. Uh, when Zubeen was alive, it had a cultic value in the sense that although Mayubini was recorded for concerts and functions, and people got to hear it in person, in the here and now. And so we can say that there was a traditionalism associated with Zubeen Garg and the song. And but again, even though it was performed in public spaces, you still needed access to it in the sense of language, physical space, and it belonged to a specific time and space. You had to belong to a certain cultural milieu to access it. But after Zubeen Garg passed away, something happens. There were so many replications of the song. You will find scores of clips of people singing Mayabini, which has gone viral on social media. And here we see a movement from a cultic value to exhibition value, but not entirely. For Benjamin, when an art is reproduced, it loses its aura in a way completely. Uh, but can we say the same about Mayabini? The cultic value is still intact, it's still there, but new values are added to it. Values like presentability, spectacle, monetary value, etc. Um, so this aura is re-awakened in the age of social media. You'll find that in many of the covers that people sang, they were mentioning that although I'm singing, it doesn't match up to the original. So the word original was invoked over and over again. The distinction between the original and the copy only got heightened after his death, and that is where Benjamin's theory, I think, falls short. Because another point that I want to make is that Benjamin's theory, since it was done in a different context, in a different time, it couldn't account or it couldn't foresee the algorithmic aspect of reproductions. This track, you remember, for those of you who were following, where it was played so frequently that it disappeared from streaming platforms like Spotify, Apple Music, JioSaavn, Ghana, and also social media networks like Facebook and Instagram. You know that when a particular track gets excessively played in these platforms, within a very short automated message flags it as suspicious activity, but later on it was restored. So you see that the song crossed boundaries, and that is where the democratic and emancipatory element, where language or region does not become it de-hierarchizes art and brings everyone together because of other various technological tools like translators, internet, fandom platformization, Assamese diaspora across the country and also the world. So it gave people a chance to sing and perform it and not remain exclusive. So on one hand, it is detaching the author from the piece of art, and on the other hand, it brought back the cultic value, and it put back the halo to the artist, the transcendent value. So a very important question arises: isn't a cultic value inherent for an art to be oratic? Or if so, then is Benjamin contradicting himself when he says that in the age of mechanical or technological reproduction, the aura is lost? At one glance, yes, he looks like he is lamenting the loss of aura, but at the same time, he's celebrating its loss. And so instead of looking at his work as contradictory, we can look at it as a dialectical thinking. So it should not be seen as a contradiction. Zubeen Garg's work, whose work was mostly restricted to Assam, boundaries, and it was Mayabini left its locale to spread virtually to people across Northeast and the world. So it is no longer confined to Assam. It became a universal object of unlimited scope. So Zubeen provided that bridge. Some of the songs were quite technically superior, but it lacked the expressive directness. So that directness when Zubeen was singing to the people, and most of the reproductions were singing it for a camera or the screen or the void, and that made a lot of difference. So let me just conclude by the post that was written by the Assam Cricket Association in their post for ICC. You know that song that was sung during ICC inaugural function. Mayabini is not just a song, it's the eternal song of Zubeen Garg that will forever echo in our hearts. So in the case of Zubeen Garg's Mayabini, the transition is not in a linear way from oratic to democratic, but it is a blend of both. It became a post-original, where the referent and the icon is still Zubeen Garg. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Imchungar, for situating that in Benjamin's very famous text. He himself an avant-garde artist, but thanks for presenting to us the fact that the aura is derived from its authenticity, and we know that instead of pixelating, the aura of Zubeen Garg continues to get high resolution. Thank you very much. We move on to the next speaker, Dr. Jury Barwa, whose presentation is entitled From Cassette to Collective Memory.
Good afternoon. Respected Chairperson and dignitaries. So the title of my presentation is From Cassette to Collective Memory, Zubeen Garg and the Cultural Politics of Hope. This is a working paper, so I divided this paper into two divisions. First, my personal anecdotes about Zubeen Garg's and memories that I have gained from Zubeen Garg, and then I'm trying to look at the theoretical perspective. So I'm starting from here. Rangani Cassette House, a small cassette shop at the heart of Najira, a quiet town by the banks of the Dikho River in Hibohagor district, was more than a shop. It was a gathering place for young girls and boys drawn not merely by music but by the dreams those cassettes carried. Arranged neatly on wooden shelves, and the tapes invited us to linger before them, pretending to choose, while in truth we were intoxicated by the tunes, lyrics, and melodies that promised worlds beyond our reach. Along with those songs, our minds sprouted wings, eager to explore every window of curiosity. The voice that animated those melodies gave rhythm to the changing seasons of our small town. That voice was Zubeen Garg. Of course, we had heard him long before, on the old cassette player at home. Onamika, Mukti, Hihu, Jontro We would flip between side A, side B, again and again. My younger uncle had carefully preserved his collection of cassettes in a small blue suitcase, treating it as a priceless treasure. When he was away, we would tread lightly, ensuring no tape was damaged. Yet, sometimes the reels tangled, and patience became a test, untangling the thin magnetic tape and rewinding it carefully. For lower middle class rural families of the 1990s, that patience extended far beyond cassette reels. These families, already burdened by poverty and fatigue, had weathered the turbulence of Operation Rhino and Operation Bajrang, and the wider unrest that defined Assam's frontier towns. Life moved under the unspoken fear. What next? What remains to lose or gain? Beyond dreams, uh, there seemed little left, yet dreams persisted, fragile but alive. Every community, after all, required a voice, a rhythm, a sound to turn abstraction into something tangible, or more simply, into hope. Perhaps that hope lived inside that blue suitcase, in those cassettes, in that voice that played through our humble cassette player. In Zubeen Garg's voice, words, and music, we discovered a reason to fall in love with life, to remain human among humans. Amid words like secret killings, Ulfa, and Assam, we began to hum other words instead. Mur ganot ase anamika maya, meghar baran, rodor baran. Bedona bedona mur bhal poa, tumak heruai pathor hoa. Tumi চুলেই যে বসন্ত, ধুমুহাও যে প্ৰশান্ত, বহুদিন হ'ল সৰুবোপাৰ মুখ দেখা নাই. Through rain dripping from our tin roofs while scrubbing school uniforms beside the well, during power cuts that lasted weeks after storms, we kept humming those tunes. The young men from our village, unable to bribe their way through the APSC mains exam, opened tuition centers, and there too Zubeen Das songs played. Another opened poultry farm, his voice echoed there. A grocery shopkeeper, an auto driver, a night school teacher, all found solace in Zubeen's songs before sleeping. His voice became the soundtrack of ordinary Assamese lives. These young men did not join Ulfa. They chose instead to fight for life itself, and that choice became their quiet form of resistance. Zubeen Garg's songs, with lyrics penned by Manas Robin, often reflect the emotional crossroads faced by Assamese youth, where education raises hopes for opportunity, yet socio-economic realities lead to disappointment. Their music captures the inner conflict between rural roots and urban aspirants, portraying not just frustration but also the quiet dignity and resilience found in returning to one's land. For example, in one of those lyrics, Pohilu Hunilu Sakori Nepalu, Etia Kikoru Ko, Gaot Poriase Kheti Tinipura, Khetite Dhoruni Kiko. The early 1990s also marked the rise of globalization. Through cable TV, MTV reached the upper middle class Assamese homes. The growing dominance of English medium education and Hindi pop culture posed subtle threats to Assamese cultural identity. Yet Zubeen bridged this divide, infusing the pulse of rock, jazz, and reggae into Assamese music while keeping his heart rooted in home. His art was both global and local, a connection to the world, yet a reaffirmation of belonging. Years later, in the Delhi University hostel, I listened to those same songs again and again, and realized they were not just melodies. They had shaped our youth, tracing the blurred boundaries between emotion and nostalgia. During Bihu or Puja vacation, when homesickness and scarcity weighed heavily, we turned to Zubeen Das' song. They become family, sometimes a lover, sometimes a loyal friend, and sometimes a cousin. In some of his songs, one senses as much emptiness as hope, a nothingness, as Friedrich Nietzsche called it. Some carry subtle protest against tradition and oppression, melodic protest, not loud rebellions. It is no surprise surprised that in his last interview, Zubeen asked novelist Rita Sodri if she read Nietzsche's Nothingness. He never rejected emptiness. He embraced it, understanding that even after achievement, a sense of void lingers. Yet, his songs reveal that emptiness is essential for creativity, that breaking and remaking oneself is vital for liberation. Zubeen Garg and a democratic heterotopia. This is the second half of my work, where I try to link the cremation side of Zubeen Garg in context to geography. The cremation site of Zubeen Garg has evolved from a space of ritual mourning into what may be described as a democratic heterotopia, a living arena where alienation, love, and the demand for justice coexist within the same ground. This transformation converts fleeting grief into a durable democratic temporality within Assam's contemporary political climate. The collective acts of offering prayers, singing, lighting candles or diyas, and chanting slogans have become both civic duties and symbolic performance, turning the site into a heterotopia of memory. Here, ordinary citizens enact belonging and dissent, embodying democracy through emotional participation rather than institutional procedure. Drawing on Michel Foucault's notion of heterotopia, this site mirrors society's contradictions. It is sacred, yet secular, personal, yet political, ritualistic, yet radical. Heterotopias, as Foucault points out, are counter sites, where the real and the imagined converse, producing spaces of resistance that challenge social norms from within. Zubeen Garg's cremation site at Sonapur does reflect how democracy in Assam is not merely legislated but lived through bodies, songs, civic rituals, and collective memory. It becomes a counter space of resistance where ordinary citizens reclaim voice and agency beyond the reach of formal politics. The resonance of this site can also be understood through Waifu Tuan's humanistic geography. For Tuan, space becomes place when it is invested with meaning and emotion. The cremation site exemplifies this transformation. What was once a site of loss has become a place of belonging and moral action. Through ritual, music, and collective performance, people have inscribed emotional values onto the landscape, transforming it into a democratic place that anchors identity while propelling political imagination. Jubin's sudden demise has ignited not only collective mourning, but also a broader critique of injustice and the communal tensions deepened by the Hindutva regime in Assam. The growing wave of social media engagement, particularly on Instagram and Facebook, demonstrates how narrative around Khilonjia Ohomia, that is indigenous Assamese, have been re-articulated as democratic sentiment in the wake of his death. These digital expressions, though sometimes marked by emotional excess or communal fault line, increasingly reinterpret Jubin's own ethos, which he stated as be a socialist, be a rebel. Zubeen Garg's public persona and art deeply echoed the ideological spirit of Che Guevara, whom he often cited as an inspiration. Che's philosophy of revolutionary humanism, his belief in moral integrity, egalitarianism, and revolutionary love finds cultural resonance in Zubeen Garg's music and activism. Through his songs, Garg transcended class and ethnic boundaries, creating a form of cultural socialism rooted in empathy and shared emotion. His ability to give voice to diverse communities transformed popular culture into a medium of resistance and solidarity, much like Guevara's vision of art as a moral weapon of the people and for the people. His inclusiveness offered marginalized and minority groups a sense of belonging within the broader Assamese civil sphere or the civil society, bridging divides through emotional intelligence and artistic sincerity. By this note, I want to add one more section in this presentation, which I titled as Effective Communities, Songs as Cultural Memory and Emotional Cartography. So beyond mapping physical and symbolic landscape, Zubeen Garg's music also gives rise to what may be called affective communities. Collectivities formed not through formal institutions or fixed identities, but through shared emotions, memories, and sensitivities. These communities are bound by feeling rather than structure, by resonance rather than proximity. In Assam, Zubeen Garg's songs have long functioned as the emotional glue that blind individuals across class, caste, geography, and generation into a shared experimental world. The concept of effective communities draws from the work of Raymond Williams, particularly his idea of structure of feelings, as well as Sara Ahmed, who emphasizes how emotions circulate socially, politically, and shaping collective orientations and attachment. In this sense, Juvindar's songs do not merely express individual sentiment, they generate shared emotional atmosphere. A tune hummed in a rural setup, a lyric recalled in a distant city hostel, or a melody played in a small shop become a part of larger network of feeling, a dispersed yet deeply connected community of listeners. These affective communities are sustained through cultural memory. Songs as all those songs which are presented already by different presenters, uh, act as a feeling of lived experience, preserving fragments of everyday life, love, longing, uncertainty, and resilience, which carry them across, or which we can carry across time. In moments of personal or collective crisis, these songs are recalled not just as an entertainment, but as a memory itself. They become a device through which individuals locate themselves within a shared space. The act of remembering a song is also an act of belonging. At the same time, these songs perform a kind of emotional cartography. They map feelings onto spaces, transforming ordinary locations into emotionally charged sites. Uh, and that is the reason because of which these songs can be listened again and again. This emotional mapping complements cultural cartography, adding depth to how people experience and inhabit their world. Most importantly, effective communities also enable subtle forms of resistance. In a socio-political climate marked by fear, uncertainty, and fragmentation, uh, the shared act of listening, humming, and remembering become a quiet assertion of continuity and solidarity. These are not uh, these are not overtly political acts, yet they sustain the emotional foundation upon which democratic life depends. The community that forms around a song is thus not passive. It is a living, feeling, and collective way of resistance in isolation and in despair through their shared effect. However, in the digital age, these effective communities expand further. Platforms like Instagram and Facebook allow songs to circulate rapidly, enabling users to express grief, nostalgia, and solidarity through shared clips, lyrics, and performances. What emerges is a networked, emotional public, a community that may never gather physically, yet remain deeply connected through shared affective experiences. In this sense, Zubeen Garg's music continues to create new forms of belonging, extending the reach of his cultural and emotional cartography into virtual spaces. Therefore, Zubeen Garg's songs are not merely artistic expressions. They are vessels of memory and generators of community. They chart an emotional landscape where individuals find connections, continuity, and care. Within these affective communities, uh, the politics of hope takes root not as ideology but as shared feeling, carried in melody, sustained in memory, and lived in the everyday experience. Zubeen Garg's legacy transforms art into activism and also into collective persistent current, and that is why we can term it as a politics of hope. This politics is neither ideological nor utopian. It is ethical and humanistic. It resides in the conviction that beauty, compassion, and creativity can outlast fear and fragmentation. In times when democracy risks shrinking into procedure, Jubinda's art restores it as an effective practice, a living, breathing exchange between artist and the people. His poetic assertion uh, that I want to be as tall as a eucalyptus tree captures this philosophy, the aspiration to transcend limitation, to stand upright against injustice while remaining deeply rooted in one's soil. In his last film, Roy Roy Binale, Juvinda declared, there is only one politics of an artist, and that is to stay with the rise, the people. This simple yet profound statement reflects his lifelong faith in the moral intelligence of ordinary people. For Zubeen Garg, the artist's political duty was not to serve power or ideology, but to become a consciousness of the collective, a bridge between private emotion and public ethics. His art therefore transformed the everyday struggle of ordinary Assamese lives into the very grammar of democracy, demonstrating that creation is also to resist. Though this ethos, Zubeen Garg's reformed Assam's socially conscious artistic lineage from Jyoti Prasad Agarwala to Vishnu Prasad Rabha and Bhupen Hazarika, where melody becomes a mode of resistance and performance becomes a public memory. In the continuum, hope is not passive optimism, but moral endurance. In times of polarization and fear, Zubeen Garg's voice remains a reminder that art is the last refuge of freedom, a space where the moral imagination of a society continue to breathe. Indeed, beyond politics and controversy, he became more than a singer. He became an artist of the people and for the people. His untimely death warns us that while ideologies may rise and fade, a society without a living philosophy of art and creation risks spiritual decay. To endure, it must cultivate imagination, courage, and above all, the politics of hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Baba, for capturing so much of pre-internet days, the days of the cassette. I remember being in Delhi in those days in the 80s and 90s where we just had the Times of India and the focus, especially on Assam, Meghalaya, and other parts of the Northeast was always about turmoil and insurgency. And little did they know that in this soil, a young boy was growing up who kind of absorbed these emotions and as if he was racing against time, was able to capture all these aesthetically in his songs and writings. And as we continue today and we talk of effective communities, I think he leaves Zubeen Garg's legacy is that he leaves us with some responsibility in the academic space. I think within Assam, I mean, everybody understands what his songs, at least in the superficial level, if they just simply humming, but if they go and analyze, they would be able to capture the sense. From what we have collected yesterday from different speakers, for the entire Northeast, where now the focus is on the Northeast as some kind of Europe, something exotic. I think he gives us a lot of work and things to reflect on, that even for the entire Northeast, his works become accessible. I mean, the authentic nature of the lyrics is shared across the digital media as well. Thank you very much. Dr. Rosie will be speaking on behalf of Shweta as well on cultural imagination of the Northeast.
Good afternoon, respected Chair, and everyone present here. This is a joint paper with Ms. Shweta Sarkar, research scholar here in IFLU. We are still working on our paper. Hope we'll be able to put our points across. The title we have come up with is Melodies of Memory, Zubeen Garg and the Cultural Imagination of Northeast India. Yeah, so, Shweta, just go, yeah. musical corpus of Zubeen Garg. Uh, in the socio-political landscape of Northeast India, as Madam just mentioned, which is historically and even at present characterized by insurgency, conflicts, diversity, unrest, and marginalization. This music serves as a cultural site for the preservation of culture and identity. So we would be exploring on the musical corpus of Zubeen Garg, positioning him not merely as a popular musical icon or an actor, but also as a cultural conduit between the traditional and the contemporary. We would be using the framework of the German cultural historian Johann Osman, and also the French philosopher and sociologist Maurice Olbach's. Yeah. So Olbach's theory of collective memory argues that memory is embedded within and dependent on social structures. And further, Osman says cultural memory serves not only to preserve the past, but also to cultivate identity and cohesion across generations. And further, Osman argues memory in relation to objects and symbols operate not just as a metaphor, but as a metonym, grounded in the interaction between the human mind and the material forms. While things do not possess memory themselves, they act as triggers that evoke memories. We have embedded them functioning as sites of remembrance through cultural practices, symbols, and landscape. Here, in this case, we will be using Garg's music. So, with this framework, we have come up with two objectives. The first one is to analyze the melodies of Garg as a cultural memory that weaves collective cultural consciousness among the people of Northeast India, and also to examine how the melodies of Zubeen negotiates memory, time, and identity by connecting the past, present, and future. We will be using three songs. We have been analyzing, we have been hearing Maya Vini, and I will also be using here, and I will make sure that it will not be repeated, the analysis. So, the three songs, Maya Vini, Ratir Bukut, and Hunere Pojwa Poja. Sorry for my pronunciation. Yeah. Yes. So, the first one we come to Maya, in English, for those who do not understand Assamese. Yes. The song Maya, we have, it was released in 1994 again. It's a shared and mediated form of remembrance that adapts across linguistic and regional boundaries. Here, we would like to focus on Maya traveling to various linguistic boundaries of the Northeast India. Then, in its reach extends beyond Assamese, taking on new life in multiple languages. That is the aspect where, we are focusing on with Maya. Yes, in Karbi, Zubeen himself had sung with it is termed as Manai Maya. Yeah. Then Boro rendition also we have English version, and then in Manipuri also we have Ngaure Urubada Nangbu. Yes. Just a moment. So we just have some few clips for those who have not heard Maya. There might be some who have not Maya also, but we have tried to bring in Zubeen in the frame, in the video. So just few clips of it. The first one is Zubeen. Yes. I think this is Barapani. Yeah, this is Barapani. Yeah, we were working on at home. Like, this is Barapani, at home when we were preparing this. Yes. Next is in Boro by Bijoy Basumatri. Just few things. one is in English version by Bhargav. And the next one, the next song is in Manipuri. This is sung by a famous Manipuri singer, Sadananda Hamo. He kind of, in the Sign Actors Guild Manipur Foundation program, he kind of came together and then paid a heartfelt tribute to Zubeen. Yes.
마기 더와이나 아이고 아티스트나 마니푸리 아티스트 신의 액터 길기 군가 마토이 슈번 누미치다 아이고 그렇구나 마기 레기도마 더와이나 오늘 동자보이나 레스펙트 동자보이나 제시면 데리게 동자가 뭐 보기를
People are good to her as soon as this is done. No. As soon as it is done, we'll be moving to the guest house. It's the last session, okay? You can give the one here. I mean, we are all like, except the faculty, all are guests. Yeah. Okay. I already gave you.
So this is Maya by Sadananda in Assamese. He started with Assamese and then he came to Manipuri. And then there I started with his speech there. He kind of thanked Zubeen for introducing them, for inspiring them to kind of bring you to have a love for the regional, local music and cinema. So that was the influence he had given to the people of Manipur. So, and coming to, this is not Maya context as such, coming briefly, just 2 lines on Manipur and Zubeen Garg connection. In the 70s, 1970s, Manipuri cinema shone with pride, with blending with local folklore and universal truths. But financial losses dimmed, and then after that, Hindi films, started surfacing. But again, the regional movies, the glory faded because of financial losses. And then came the underground diktats there, banning Hindi Hindi screenings across the theaters. So leaving Manipur's entertainment scene in a void. So at this crucial, critical juncture, Assamese-inspired songs by Sadanand and Ranbir Thonga, famous singers in Manipur, reshaped Manipuri music, with Zubeen's compositions at the heart of a rising album video culture. So the shift to digital video revived the struggling industry, drawing audiences back to regional songs and cinema. So that was Zubeen's contribution to. Zubeen had been performing in various languages, Adi, Galo and Nishi as well, and then Mayabini is famous in Arunachal as well, and in other parts of the Northeast India too. And here in Shillong too. Recently, last year in November, the Shillong Chamber Koepeta paid a heartfelt tribute to the legendary Zubeen during a cultural event hosted by the Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Conrad Sangma, and attended by the Union Minister of Donor, Jyotiras Ditya M. Sindhya, among others, on 1st November last year. So I'll be playing that towards the end. Now coming to Maya in the discussion. Yes. Just 5 minutes more. Yes, because I have 2 more songs to go. Then, it's Maya's adaptations into multiple linguistic landscapes, including Manipuri, Boro, Karbi, English, and other languages, validates how a melody can become an instrument of cultural memory. Maya functions like the stones. Hallworks describes that are fitted in certain Roman houses, having been used as materials in ancient buildings. Stones reused in later constructions retain only the effaced vestiges of their earlier existence. As the song is adapted into new languages, its multilingual adaptations allow traces of the past to persist within new meanings. And further, Osman argues, cultural memory is not merely a storehouse of the past, but a process of reconstruction mediated through cultural forms. In this sense, Maya serves as a cultural memory where continuity is sustained through transformation that allows different groups to share in a singular emotional tone. Yeah. Then, according to Karma Flung, in oral traditions, memories continue through performative and collective practices that connect past with the present. Garg songs, remembered and re-performed across communities in the Northeast India, express this performative height of memory. The circulation of Maya across multiple linguistic communities reveals how oral forms of memory are intrinsically adaptive, capable of transcending boundaries while maintaining a shared sentimental tone. Now coming to the second song, I will not be going in detail as everybody has done Maya Bini. Yeah, Maya Bini again, for those who do not understand Assamese. Yeah. Yes, as the great legend had expressed a deep desire for this song to be sung when he's no more. So Zubeen's music provides the social framework for Assamese people. When thousands of people sing his songs together, they are participating in a collective act of recollection. Maya Bini Ratir Bukut has evolved into a collective memory. While Maya travels across linguistic boundaries, Maya Bini settles deep into the social framework of Assamese people, particularly in moments of collective mourning. I'll not be going into detail here. I will go to the next. Oh, this is here Maya Bini. So this is sung by Zubeen in a concert in Bangalore. I was trying to search materials, so it was very difficult to get to where Zubeen is there performing. So this was the best I could do. We'll not be doing this because I think we're short of time right now. Yeah, 5 minutes, right? So the last song, this is special again. Hunere Hojua Poja. Am I correct? Yes. So Hunere Hojua Poja. Yeah. The translation there. A hut adorned with gold. Beautiful, right? Metaphor for Assam itself. A hut adorned with gold. The golden hut is decaying. Who will come and restore it again? Yeah, so this is what Zubeen is trying to tell the people of Assam. And I think we should not just leave it to Assam. We should, expand it to the entire Northeast India. Which is... So, the cultural significance of Hunero Hojua Poja, it's originally a masterpiece by Jyoti Prasad Agarwala and famously reimagined by Zubeen Garg in 1997. He takes the original lyrical material and fits into the current digital generation. And the line, Hunero Hojua Poja, Jokhi Koi Jai, can be read as an expression of collective anxiety regarding the brittleness of cultural heritage and the uncertainty of its preservation. For a modern youth population, navigating the uncertainty and unrest in this part of the country, the Northeast India, the metaphor of this crumbling golden hut acquires renewed relevance. When performed in a collective setting, the song moves from cultural memory to a shared collective memory. In these moments, the audience is, I quote Olvax here, placing itself in the perspective of the group, unquote, to recall a heritage that Garg has made audible among audiences. So, beyond the music itself, Garg uses his platform to tackle the raw realities of modern Assam, as we have seen in the discussion, from corruption to environmental decay, and he had become the voice for the people. In his hands, music becomes a form of cultural praxis, a space where all memories collide with modern anxieties. So in sum, these observations validate that Garg's music functions as multiple levels of memory. Zubeen's music thus emerges as both an archive and an active process. Archive and an active process, one that sustains, reshapes, and reimagines cultural identity in contemporary Assam and beyond. So to conclude, so the study, we are still working on it, has examined how Garg's music is a significant cultural framework that holds the memory of people. It highlights how cultural expression plays a crucial role in preserving memory and shaping identity. Through songs such as Maya Maya Bini and Hunero Hojoa Poja, his work engages with the intersection between cultural memory and collective memory. And beyond his own recordings, Garg's music continues to live and grow beyond the voices of, from the voices to the voices of others. Contemporary and emerging artists from Boro, Karbi, Naga, Manipuri, Khasi, Garo, and other communities have performed his songs in their own languages and styles. They transform his compositions into a shared cultural space where memory is not just preserved, but actively recreated by communities. So we would like to end this presentation by playing some images, some clips from 3 of his, where he is there. Yeah. This is the first one. Please go back. Please go back. Yeah. Please go back. Yeah. We were like, when we see Zubeen in the Khamba attire. Khamba Thobi is a folk tale of Manipur, baby, fairy folk tale. It's full of cultural significance there, and it's just mesmerizing. Mesmerizing. And Zubeen as Khamba in Loktak Lake. Just see the image. This is from the Pretty Bora song. Pretty Bora song, and this was when they were filming Kanchenjunga. Yeah, Kanchenjunga. Yes. And the next next video is again here in Shillong, in Cherrapunji, in a very own Cherrapunji Sora, Jori Jobonor Rongbare by the Shillong Chamber Choir. And the last one, the last but not the least, it will stay with us forever, I know, is Maya Bini by a crowd in, where was this? Nogao. Thank you, Sweta. So we can all sing Maya Bini. It's in unison, so we'll end here. Yes, Maya Bini now. It has been an honor to be a part of Zubeen Garg, and we are still working on it. I hope we'll come out with a beautiful paper. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Shweta Sarkar and Dr. Yuna, for those beautiful tips and, of course, connecting the dots for us a little bit and showing us the way ahead that there's still work to be done. illustrious presentations, and we hope that you rest enjoy the rest of the afternoon. We have some time, I suppose, for questions. Any or comments?
Is there any comments or questions? Avinish, you raised your hand.
I'll not ask questions, it's a comment actually. I must say this is a wonderful session, and last hour a little more. I have learned so much within this small span of time, and more importantly, it's a very sophisticated session, critically. And the way Zubeen Garg has been discussed with Bhupen Hazarika, personally has done it, and he has also brought in the temporal junctures, how the two different in two different times they emerged. Then of course, Preeti brought in land as a kind of recurring metaphor in Zubeen's music. And of course, Dr. Jasmine has Mayabini. I did not see so critically the way you have presented this, and this is actually you have helped us rediscovering the song. Thank you so much. And Dr. Judy, of course, she has brought in so many critical dimensions to bring Zubeen, and more importantly, she made us nostalgic when she spoke about the cassettes. And because the cassette is a forgotten element now, so we belong to that generation cassette. Of course, we belong to both records, cassettes, then CDs, now of course pen drive. And finally, Dr. Rosie, thank you so much. We always think about Zubeen Garg in the context of Assam mostly, but his expanse is so versatile that you have really brought that in a very, very significant way, and to help us reinventing Zubeen Garg. Really, thank you so much.
Any other comment or query?
Actually, I'm speechless about all this. That session I have seen right now. That's very good. And what I can say right now is like that one thing I got noticed like it is peeping at nature. That first speaker that also said there are a lot of things, more things. I think it will be much better. If we go to more and more songs about nature, what Zubeen has said. And even Zubeen has noticed something like that. His imagination, as I can draw out something like Okal comes here. Ghore ghore banti jolile godoli. So it's entirely an imagination that he has given in his own words. Then again, Sessa, it has got a lot of things. Yeah, actually, it has got a lot of history on that. So if that is more explored also, that will be much, that will give more insight to the people as well. And then again, Mayabini, this presentation by Jasmine was something very, very noticeable. And I don't know why all the German philosophers are actually linked with Zubeen's philosophy and all that. So everywhere, like even Jasmine has said the same thing, Rosie has said the same thing, and I think even Zubeen has got with the Nietzsche and all this. Everything is related in German. So maybe in a later when Zubeen is a German technology thing. And then again, Jogot Pohor Kori is one of the song that is there still we can think about. Then Honere Hojo Poja that you have said, actually, yes, it is in 97, and those are the times that yesterday I think I have told also about 97. So that was against the militants directly. So at that when he was making that song, I was there with him, interacting with him. So it was directly against that entire album was against the Ulfas. And Honorejo Pojo Pojo was something like he tried to brought the imagination about Assam in the minds of people through that song. And again in that song, in that album itself, I think there is Jagat Pohor Kori. Or after that, because I asked him, why you have written it? You have even written strong songs against Zubeen. Zubeen against that Alpha militants. But here, why you have written that song, Jagat Pohor Kori? He said that is not me. I have put myself as a common audience, and he will be looking for some messiah to, save all that. So that is what it was. After that, he transformed himself into what we see in the later part of his life. So that's entirely in 97 that transformation has come. So those are the songs that I got noticed. Like, you people are doing such a great work. So kudos to each and every one of you. So thank you for this very beautiful session. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I reached a little late here today and I could witness only two of the sessions, two of the talks here, and both were very nice and beautifully presented. I'm very happy that within a very short span of time people started exploring different perspectives of his works, both literary works, melody works, his movies, his philosophy, his ideologies, everything. And I'm very happy to see about that. And you are trying to present different perspectives of his creative works and his philosophy, his thought process. And it's very good because it is a very new thing. We are lack of we are lack of resources actually. We are lack of archives, documentation, right? So hopefully within 1 and 2 years, we'll be able to have sufficient resources so that the researchers will be able to do more research, more deep research about Zubeen Garg and his creative works. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, she is Dr. Bami Bhattakur, our Jovinda's younger sister. So on behalf of Yale University, we welcome you here. We are greatly privileged that you could make it to participate in our humble way of paying tribute to Zubinda. Thank you so much for coming here. I think we have two more questions from the side.
I'm standing in.
Yeah.
So this is my question to ma'am here, and congratulations to every speakers. You were quite articulate and actually made us think in a lot of different ways. My question to ma'am is, you spoke about the situation in Manipur when Sadanand and other singers arrived and changed the whole musical scenario. Can you throw a little more light on that period and how those songs, how these singers changed the whole scenario for us in Manipur?
During those times, Hindi film was banned that time, and then even the theaters were closed because of the business was all down, so it was closed. So the singers, they all they all went to Assam, Guwahati. They used to stay in Guwahati, and then they were humming. And I read an article there, and this author, he writes, this Jaklabanda, I think yesterday we discussed about Jaklabanda, right? Music being played in Jaklabanda. So he was like, just kind of comparison, the metaphor there. People go to Manipuri, they go to Guwahati, to learn music, Assam to learn music. They stay with Jubinda, and then they hum in Jaklabanda. They brought back Jubin's music, and then they put their lyrics there, Manipuri lyrics there. So that is how. So that is how there are many songs. Lona Lona, one Lona Lona is also there, and one Asha Egi Asha. So there are basically three singers. Not only these three songs, but there are many more songs whom they have, they kind of use the tunes, and then but they also gave fitting tributes. They also said, yes, these were Zubin's music, and then he is the one who helped us. Help us to go back to our culture. And they also mentioned in the tribute which I have shown there in the video, they also mentioned how Jubinda went to Mumbai, and then this Instagram, Facebook, everywhere. The budding singers, not only Manipuri singers, I have seen many Naga singers as well, Khasi singers, Garo singers, they all are humming Maya Vini Maya, and that way. And just 1 minute over here. At home I was preparing the videos. I was playing Maya Vini Maya all the while, Then, everyone was singing at home. Here in Shillong, everyone was singing Maya Vini, and very surprisingly, my, house help, she's a Garo, and she started singing, Mayabini, Mayabini in Garo also is there. Mayabini in Garo. So that video also she brought out, and then she knows Zubeen. Everyone knows Zubeen. That is what I was trying to bring in. Okay, yes, thank you.
For your kind information, Juvinda was born in Pura in Garo Hills, and he also sang a lot of Garo songs. And recently in one cultural fest, some Garo singers had sung this song in Garo language. It might be one of that. And I also found this song in Nepali, in Telugu, probably it's there in Malayalam also. So Protidina is there in Malayalam. Dr. Walan, I think you wanted to ask something.
Many congratulations to everyone out there. It is not a question, it is just an observation. I would just like to know about it because he gave us an insight, between the differences that connected a bridge, Porachmani sir, the lower Assam and the upper Assam, the folk song, right? Gwalporia Lokokit. For example, if we talk about it is not a question again. Do you think that, I'm putting in a in a questioner manner though, do you think that Zubeen Garg could connect Protima Borua Pandey and Dipali Borthakur to this generation through his lyrics, through his music? Could he connect to the rest of the generations? Was he successful according to you? I just want to know your opinion.
Thank you for raising this issue. Yes, I fully agree with you. He could connect across time and regions actually. He could connect not only Dipali Borthakur and others, but many. I think I remember when he released his version of Jayanta Hazarika's songs, he categorically stated that I am actually bringing this for the new generations, something like that. And so, yes, many he sang Jyoti Prasad, Vishnu Rabha, and Ambika Giridhar Chaudhary, as I told, and many others, the songs of Vaikuntanath Gogoi, who were actually forgotten. Something like if Bhupen Hazarika didn't have sang the songs of Parvati Prasad Borua, nobody would have known about Parvati Prasad Borua. Similarly, there are similar lyricists and composers. If Zubeen didn't revive them, probably they were forgotten. Right? So you're very right. I truthfully agree with you.
Dr. Walan, you wanted to say something?
No.
Okay.
Actually,
So,
just I meant, Zubeen actually sang Putna song, Shunhar Varan Paki.
Yes.
And that now this particular song is almost always in the walls of Goripur. Zubeen Garg and Shunhar Varan Paki.
so please take the mic.
Yes.
Interestingly, I would like to add on upon because I'm a girl from Uzoni from Upper Assam. I was not aware until and unless I went to that place, Gwalpora. I used to hear. I only used to know about Bhupen Hazarika or people who used to be a legend in the Upper Assam.
Right.
But Gwalpara was a disconnect altogether because due to road communication and other things. I mean, he did a mesmerizing work.
Yes.
Right? And
Number of Rajmukhi songs, Rajmukhi films,
Rajmukhi.
videos, yeah.
Right.
And my brother was also involved in making Rajmukhi films. He sang a number of songs.
Right.
Yeah,
Right. So we understand that, that melancholy of a, who runs the boat through the water, who comes back, Nauria, that folklore, that attachment to the Brahmaputra Valley, and then that's how we relate to the sentiment of Assam. I believe he was our adolescent at that point of time. Not only he brought rebel, but he could also take a tour through all the adventures that was historically brought in to the pages of Assam. I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
I'm a faculty from the law department. So this is the first seminar that I have attended or participated where people are talking or I'm engaging myself to talk on cultural memory, emotional memories, or how people engage, or how emotions also helps in forming democracies. So my question is particularly to Parasmani sir, or anyone from there can also attempt. What I have seen is in Assam or in Northeast, in case of Zubeen Garg, he have elevated himself to become a sovereign leader, which was very much available in South India. So what do you think, sir? How this identity formation and democratic politics is in Assam is going to shape in coming times, or would it bring any kind of change, or the state is becoming more and more powerful, or the state would be successful in keeping or controlling the narrative that has come up in the recent times after the death of Zubeen Garg? That's it.
Regarding the first part, I fully agree. Despite being an industry artist, he had his full autonomy. He could retain his autonomy. You can talk about his coming back from Mumbai. You can talk about his various performances, his chosen lyrics, everything. So he was inside the industry, but he was a people's artist. That's a very uniqueness about Zubeen Garg. The second question, honestly speaking, I don't know. I was listening to her when she was talking about Walter Benjamin's breaking down of aura. Benjamin celebrated that actually this was for the first time art has been emancipated from the classes of tradition or something like that. But towards the later part of his essay on mechanical reproduction, he was lamenting that actually what has been vacated by aura has already been taken by politics, politicization of aesthetics. So I don't know, we have seen probably the tendency of appropriating Zubeen, and we have also seen counter-hegemonic resistance that Zubeen is our artist or something like that. I'll be hopeful if Zubeen remains Zubeen's, but our history is not very favorable, when we know history of Vishnu Rama, who was actually imprisoned and he was handcuffed, but later he became a government artist, right? How we have those lessons of history as well, how actually different forces are constantly at work to appropriate both for political as well as commercial kind of gain. So I'll be happy if Zubeen remains happy, but I don't know what will be the exact future.
Thank you. So may I request the chairperson to give her comments?
Thank all the people who have commented for your contributions and making this really a success. I just want to add that I'm extremely glad as somebody from Meghalaya that the delectable waters, Barambani, but Yum, that is the meaning of Yum, has added to the locale for this video, and it gives a very strong impression in my mind. Seeing Zubeen there.
There's a lot of movies which shooting were done here.
Yeah.
In Golf also, just now I can.
Then I realized that there might be other locales as well,
Yes,
but this really stays in my mind. Thank you very much, everybody. I think this session comes to an end, and we'll have the vote of thanks.
First of all, I thank Ma'am Rebecca for chairing the session so wonderfully, and also the presenters, each one of you, for throwing light on our legend. I have a couple of announcements. First of all, we are going for lunch. I requested my volunteers to distribute the coupons. Those who did not yet, you can still take it from Shweta here. And after lunch, we'll proceed to the valedictory session. Those who haven't registered, you please write your name there and also collect the badge, which you can keep. Could you show it once, Babu? Show the badge once. This is the pictures and all the things, so we'd request you to keep it as a souvenir. Ravindra's photo is there. And also, some pamphlets are there, and these notepads are there. At the back side of the notepad, there's some activities for the audience. This is how you want to connect Zubinda with you people. One activity is about drawing Zubinda in your own way. I have put a heart shape. Okay? Some people might like to put an ahor, or the leaves, or Udashini Garg, the crane that he loved so much. Whatever he comes in your imagination in whatever way. Then what is his favorite dialogue that you like? For me, Monjai. Okay, then what is your message to him? Since we want to see how you want to keep Zubeen in your heart. So how do you want to express your emotion for Zubinda? That is there. So pamphlets are there, and also this notepad, whatever you like, you can scribble for us. Thank you so much. So let us proceed for lunch. Thank Thank you so much for participating.
But then I was watching on YouTube, but then went down to that's why I do reach out to some, you know. She's not me. Everyone came up with something. She has grown up, certainly, you know, in these last 5 years or so. She has definitely grown up. Yeah, I remember absolutely. That's what I was. I feel like you've calmed down considerably now. You've calmed down. Very, very
Yeah, I was looking at it. I was a little bit nervous. Suddenly you cannot
चलो भाई इसको चलना हाँ देना थोड़ी No, like actually, ma'am has. Yeah, ma'am has kept it on that.
तो कुछ अरेंज नहीं किया. Nothing is done.
Hello.
That one's working, right? Yeah, but I need like this way, this way. Hold on.
They have gone for lunch.
Yeah, yeah. Should we go there?
What should we do?
Go see at the back.
Will be the
Maybe the what?
no she no hosting the
Ah,
event
okay.
on like the session.
Should I call him? Sure, let's go. Okay, so far.
नहीं I'll go home.
Go out where? Go out where?
Go home.
You go home?
I'll take a walk.
I'll go to the guest house then.
Go, go, go.
Where is our guest number?
तो बड़ा हमारा ये तो चाय के ये सब बताना चाहिए था कहाँ गए वॉलंटियर्स विकास वगैरह हटाना चाहिए था ये तो वैलिडेटर्स रजिस्ट्रेशन हुआ था कुछ बात हाँ तब आपको कॉल कर
ইণ্টাৰনেশ্যনেল ওলাই দিবা ভাগে বহিব লাগে মিটিংখন বহিব
anything for you অলংকাৰ সেশন এটা চলি আছিলে অনলাইন সেশন
Seminar সেনেকুৱাই হয় আৰু পেপাৰ প্ৰেজেণ্টাৰ্ছ আৰু if you interested one হয় টেকনিকেল সেশনবোৰ কমেই হয়
ইনাগৰলৈ থাকে
ভেলিডিটেড আৰু
That's okay.
Zubeen is Maya. For me, Zubeen is Mayari. For me, Zubeen is also Monjai. Monjai, Moro, Monjai, Monjai, Moro, Monjai. Zubeen is there in every mood of my life, of my mind, of my heart. We are living beautiful Zubeen, living and speaking. Zubeen is always there. So I didn't know much about Zubeen before I came to office from Kerala actually. But the moment I came here, it was understanding 1 2 months after I came here, Zubeen Garg passed away. And the impact he had, it was just like I don't have words to express the impact he had on the culture. I knew more about him after this. And he really was a
The first time that I actually heard of Zubeen Garg was of course, as a South Indian, and it's a wonderful song. But I started listening to his as songs when I first moved to Meghalaya. There's a huge part of my friend circle are Assamese. But then Zubeen has had people otherwise also. He's like, the national seminar conducted on Zubeen conducted is really such a good initiative because it's been like 6 months ever since the release of August. In 2025, and we really said we are content, and more than you heard from us, we really condemn the fact that Zubeen, his unnatural death really caused us severe loss in terms of not only singing, but he was the pillar for success of the people of Assam. Not only devoted only to Assam, but also to the world, be it India or anything. We are popularly good as a singer. Our teacher, as a family member, is try our now contact our humor emotions or our connect person. Like whenever we are sad, I'm here about I'm happy that this time especially you time.
Actually, just the fact that he's like I myself feel he was a big pioneer part of our culture. Now when few times like this, when it is here, there is a part of us which was very Atura in our history.
So bad. Couldn't have been happier. Yes, yes, yes. It is our, of course, it is our privilege that you have taken time out to come and visit us. Thank you so much. Yes, yes, I think you did come yesterday because of ritual. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Yes, 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 yes. So, please.
Hi, Panda. He's the ICSSR honorary director here. For him, we are here. No, no, it's not for me, it's for you people that we are
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. Yes, sir, sir. Sir, welcome.
Please so extensively.
Of course. You are a pillar of support for us.
And there are more seminars that fall only in other regions also.
Yes, 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 definitely. Yeah. Please, please. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. With your support and really wonderful. Yes, please.
May I have your kind attention, please? Before this valedictory session, I want to share something little sad. It's a matter of grief. One of our earlier student, Miss Jilly Ruth Dolle, we lost her. She was a student of MA Journalism and Mass Communication of 2020 to 22 batch, almost the pandemic batch. First semester they have came on screen and then we met them later on. She passed away last week. We also sent a condolence message to their family. We have Dr. Caroline here of our department who was the supervisor in her MA dissertation, and she has the dissertation with her, of course. So we are going to have a 1 minute condolence for Miss Jilly Rutole. May I request everyone to kindly condole her, remember her, may her soul rest in peace, and our empathy, our support is with her family. Please, somebody please keep the time. Thank you.
afternoon, everyone. Respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, distinguished guests, faculty members, research scholars, and dear participants. There is a quiet fullness in the room, the kind that comes after meaningful conversations and moments that stay with you a little longer than expected. It is my absolute privilege to welcome you all to the valedictory session of this 2-day ICSSR NERC sponsored national seminar on society and culture in art and philosophy of life, understanding the cultural praxis and epoch making of Zubeen Garg and the Northeast India, organized by the English and Foreign Languages University Regional Campus. Over the last 2 days, we have attended sessions, and along with that, we have listened, questioned, remembered, and in many ways felt. Through papers, discussions, and exchanges, we try to understand someone who is beyond an artist, but a presence, a phenomenon, Zubeen Garg, as a voice that carries emotion, resistance, identity, and belonging. And today, as we arrive at this closing moment, we are especially honored because we are joined by guests who have come here just for this moment and to share in this conclusion with us. Now, let us begin the valedictory session by inviting our esteemed guest to the dais. It is my privilege to invite our guest of honor, Professor B. Panda, Honorary Director, ICSSR NERC Shillong. Please, sir. We are delighted to have with us Professor Jyotirmoy Pradhani, Professor, Department of English, Northeastern Hill University, Nehu, Shillong, our valedictory speaker. It is my privilege again to invite Dr. Palmi Borthakur, Department of Geography, Royal Global University, Assam, our valedictory speaker, and whose presence brings us closer not just to the subject of our seminar today, but to the person behind it. And it is my pleasure to welcome Professor Moushumi Guha Banerjee, Director, the English and Foreign Languages University, Regional Campus, and the chairperson of this session. I now invite Professor Arzuman Ara, Department of English Language Education, the English and Foreign Languages University, Shillong Campus, to please come up on the dais and join us as well. Thank you for being here with us as invitees and also as contributors to this moment of reflection. Now, before we move ahead, we would like to acknowledge, because moments like these are built on people, on their time, their thought, their generosity. I now would like to request Shweta and Hridesha to kindly take the time to felicitate our esteemed guests. We begin with Dr. Palmi Borthakur, Department of Geography, Royal Global University, Assam, our valedictory speaker. We also welcome Professor Jyotirmoy Pradhani, Professor, Department of English, Northeastern Hill University, Nehu, Shillong, our valedictory speaker. It is our privilege to welcome Professor B. Panda, Honorary Director, ICSSR NERC Shillong, as our guest of honor. We also welcome wholeheartedly Professor Arzuman. We also wholeheartedly welcome Professor Moushumi Guha Banerjee, the Director of our campus, the English and Foreign Languages University, Shillong Campus, whose guidance holds this space together and she's also the chairperson of this session today. also wholeheartedly welcome Professor Arzuman Ara, Department of English Language Education, the English and Foreign Languages University, Shillong campus. We welcome ma'am. These tokens are presented. They carry something that more than formality, they carry our gratitude. We are honored to have with us and invite Mr. Lo Majao, a distinguished artist and pioneer of rock music in Northeast India, as our guest of honor today. Please, sir, come up on the dais. Please, sir.
Yeah, and I don't have a watch. Yeah.
We would like to felicitate Mr. Lo Majao, distinguished artist and performer, as our guest of honor of this valedictory session today. To begin this session, we would now like to request Professor Sajal Dey to please come up on the stage to recite a few wonderful poems written by Zubeen Garg.
Respected guests, our director, my friends, teachers, students. Since we are running a little bit of late, I'm not going into the much of formalities, but starting right away. I have been asked by the convener and the co-convener to translate a few poems of few verses of Zubeen Garg into Bengali. I have earlier translated a Sahitya Academy award-winning novel into Bangla, from Assembly to Bangla, and probably that's why they asked me to do it, and I have done. Since no other slot was available before, so I will be reading out translation of 8 verses or poems by Zubeen Garg. Before that, I have to say a few things about Zubeen. I mean, last 1.5 days you have been discussing about Zubeen and culture and songs and melodies, everything. I just want to add a little bit. I don't know whether you have come to this point or not. Zubeen was affectionately called Zubinda. Right now, half an hour back, I heard students talking about Zubinda. It's a kind of affectionate calling, affectionate name. The same way in Bengali you call a person, Zubinda, Samda. Now, we have witnessed in our own lifetime how legends are made. They are not born legends, but they become ones. They become legends. I consider Zubeen Garg to be a subaltern legend. I mean, there is no time to read out a paper here. I'll just make a few points. The likes of Bhupen Hazarika, Dalar Mehendi, and Zubeen Garg not only made their way to the top as artists and performers, but also touched people's souls. They not only were popular beyond their cultural confines, but in the mainstream as well. And they also made their own languages and cultures more visible, more prominent against the linguistic and cultural onslaught of the dominant in this subcontinent. This earned more prestige and value for their own language and cultures in this multilingual and multicultural land of ours. Apart from all that could be said about these extremely talented people, I consider this to be a really commendable feat. I find them to be subaltern soldiers fighting their way to the rightful recognition of what they are in essence and what and to which they belong. Now I read out small verses. I call it verses because it was written Zubeen Garg Poddo, not Kobita. Poddo is a more humble way to address your own verses, like our great poet Shakti Chakrabarty. He also said, Shakti Poddo. He would never say my poems. He will say Poddo. First one is similar, the Sanskrit-based words in Bengali and Assamese. Shoishab, Vaibhav, Utsav. Shoishab, Vaibhav, Utsav. Amar kamonar din raat kolorab. Shoishab, Vaibhav, Utsav. Amar chetonar nodite biplab. Shoishab, Vaibhav, Utsav. আমার অন্তহীন অসীম সংকট শৈশব বৈভব উৎসব আমার মত্ত রাতের অস্থির বিগ্রহ নেক্সট প্রান্তরে তোমার বড় উপদ্রব আমি গাছের সন্তান আমি পাহাড়ের সন্তান আমি নদীর সন্তান আমাকে ছুলেই জ্বলে ওঠে আবক্ষ আগুন আমি তোমার কেউ নই আমি প্রকৃতির সন্তান মা আমার এই আধারটুকু কখন শেষ হবে নেক্সট পোয়েম মা তোমার বুকে অনেক শব্দ আছে অ আ ক খ খুলে দাও উপর করে ঢালো পাবে ওই একই আমার মাতৃত্ব নেক্সট প্রতিবিম্ব তুমি প্রতিবিম্ব ছায়ার না আলোর না আবেগের তুমি প্রতিবিম্ব অদৃশ্য শব্দের না অস্ফুট আধারের দর্পণে সর্বদা তোমাকে দেখি অশ্রু ধূসর এক অবাক রূপ আমার বিস্তৃত চেতনায় স্মৃতি হয়ে রয়ে গেছে এক অনন্য অরণ্য অশ্রুর বর্ণহীন মুক্তা কখনো তোমার চোখে কখনো আমার চোখে নেক্সট ভিতরে বাহিরে ইনসাইড এন্ড আউটসাইড সাগর দেখছো সাগর দেখছো ওতে বড় আধার ঢেউয়ের আছাড়ে শব্দের কোলাহল পারাপারহীন কোথায় আরম্ভ কোথায় শেষ কেউ জানে না আমি নদী ভালোবাসি নদী নিজের পথ নিজেই খোঁজে কুলুকুলু ধ্বনিতে আঁকাবাঁকা রাস্তা বেয়ে নিজেই সন্ধান করে নিজস্ব ঠিকানা দিশাহারা জীবনের সবুজ শিলায় থেকে যায় কল্লোলিত হৃদয়ের বেদনা নেক্সট ওয়ান ওয়াজ ফাঙ্গাস ছত্রাক and he has written হিরুদার জন্য আলাস্কার 38,000 ফুট উচ্চতা থেকে হিরুদা was a very you must be knowing very close to him and from Alaska 38,000 feet above the sea level he wrote this poem হাজার রাত্রি মরে যায় হিরুদা দুঃখে হাজার রাত্রি মরে যায় হিরুদা দুঃখে হাজার হাজার আলোর উজ্জ্বলতায় উঁকি দিয়ে হারাই হিরুদার বাঁশির সুরে যে সুরে সুর নেই যে কবিতায় কথা নেই তার মধ্যে বেঁচে থাকে আমার পিতা আমার হিরুদা এক আঙিনা নৈশব্দ নিয়তির অন্তহীন কথা আমার এক সাগর শৈবাল তুমি হিরুদা আমার এক সাগর শৈবাল তুমি হিরুদা The last one is মৃত্যু death এভাবেই একদিন আমি মরে যাব একদিন আমি মরে যাব, এভাবেই একদিন আমি পড়ে থাকবো লাশ হয়ে, এভাবেই একদিন আমাকে নিয়ে যেতে একটা গাড়ি আসবে, আমার পরিজন বন্ধু বান্ধব এভাবেই একদিন কাঁদবে, কথা চালাচালি করবে, আমি কতটা ভালো ছিলাম, আমি কতটা খারাপ ছিলাম, তারপর ফুল, তারপর আগুন, তারপর ছাই, এভাবেই একদিন আমি শূন্য হয়ে যাব, শূন্যের পেছনেও থাকে যে শূন্যতা। ধন্যবাদ, থ্যাংক ইউ।
On behalf of the organizing team, I express my thanks to Shadalda. Actually, this is not beyond plan. It was planned because people spoke about Zubeen as singer, as director, actor, and so many other things. We wanted to also see Zubeen as a poet, and we are grateful to you. And instead of having a song in today's session, we thought it would be befitting to start the session with poems. And the request was made to translate because he was for everybody. He belonged to everybody, and he grew up in Karimganj. He was very fluent in Bangla as well. So thanks to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for being so reflective and wonderfully capturing the essence. Now, we have a special segment of journal release. I request Palmi Borthakur to kindly join in for the book release, for the release of the journal.
There's a background to this journal. This is prepared by our students of Mass Communication Department under the supervision of Dr. Abir Shujiang there. Big hand for Dr. Abir. That team which reported and prepared this one. In reporting and editing, we have Indrasim, Rapin, Shahin, Aditi. In layout and production team, we have Satya, Rishikesh, Alfred, and in supervisor, you have Abir Shujiang, and I know that Alankar also is a part of it. So congratulations to the team. This covers news about the events that we had yesterday. So big hand once more. So on behalf of the coordinator and co-coordinator, Alankar has promised to treat you people, and big thanks from our side to make it memorable in more than one ways. Abhinivesh is going to display it in his archive. So you are becoming a part of a history. Congratulations once more. Thank you. Thank you, family and others, for reading it. Thank you so much. Copies are there on the desk. If some of you want to see it, it is available there for you. Thank you.
And now we move into the part of the session where we listen one last time in this shared space. We now move to the presentation of our program. For this segment, I invite Ms. Shweta Sarkar, research scholar at the English and Foreign Languages University, Shillong, to kindly present an overview of our conference proceedings.
Very good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor to present a brief report on the two-day ICSSR NERC sponsored National Seminar on Society and Culture in Art and Philosophy of Life, Understanding the Cultural Praxis and Epoch-Making of Zubeen Garg and the Northeast India, organized by the Departments of Journalism and Mass Communication and English Language Education at EFLU Shillong on 26th and 27th March 2026. This seminar was not just an academic gathering, it felt more like a shared cultural space where memory, music, identity and emotion came together through the life and work of Zubeen Garg. The seminar began with a warm welcome by the host, followed by an inaugural song by the students of EFLU, which immediately set a rich cultural tone for the event. This was followed by the inaugural address delivered by Professor Moshumi Guha Banerjee, Director of EFLU Shillong. In her address, she reflected on the central theme of the seminar, highlighting the relationship between society, culture, art and philosophy. She also noted how the music of Zubeen Garg transcends boundaries, bringing people together across differences, and how art and culture in the Northeast remain both profound and dynamic. Following this, the presidential address was delivered by Professor N. Nagaraju, Honorable Vice Chancellor of EFLU, Hyderabad. In his speech, he highlighted the importance of such conferences in understanding the cultural implications of music in the Northeast and expressed his support for organizing more such academic engagements in the university. Following the inaugural addresses, the ceremonial lamp lighting and felicitation of dignitaries marked the formal commencement of the seminar. Thereafter, the seminar convener, Dr. Alankar Kaushik, presented an overview of the seminar theme and program and shared valuable insights into the vision behind the seminar, outlining what could be expected over the course of the 2 days. The session then moved on to the address by the guest of honor, Ms. Evanisha Pathau. In her speech, she reflected on how the legacy of Zubeen Garg will continue to live on, inspiring generations of artists to come. She spoke about the lasting emotional impact of his voice and concluded her address with a heartfelt rendition of his song Mayabini, which deeply resonated with the audience. This was followed by the address by the chief guest, Mr. Hemchandra Pathak. He began with the powerful remark that music unites the whole world, and Zubeen Garg has already proven this. Reflecting on his long association of nearly 4 decades, he shared personal stories and some of his fondest memories, offering a glimpse into the life and personality of Zubeen Garg. The next address was delivered by Professor Strimlit Dakhar, who spoke about how Zubeen Garg continues to live in the hearts of people and how music serves as a powerful force that connects individuals beyond boundaries. She concluded her talk by sharing her upcoming poem, An Ode to Zubeen Garg, as a tribute to his legacy. The inaugural session came to a close with the vote of thanks delivered by Dr. Panthukala Srinivas, coordinator of the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication. Following the inaugural session, one of the highlights of the day was the keynote lecture delivered by Mr. Parthajit Barua, author and filmmaker from Nagaon, Assam. In his lecture, he approached Zubeen Garg as a cinematic text, encouraging the audience to look beyond his identity as a singer. He also expressed the need for an intellectual introspection of Zubeen Garg. This was followed by the reflective session on Zubeen Garg. The panel brought together diverse voices to the multidimensional aspects of culture and heritage reflected in the works of Zubeen Garg. The panelists highlighted how his songs play a significant role not only in shaping cultural memory but also in shaping the artist himself. The session also moved beyond his musical persona, engaging with his broader philosophy of life, making it a thoughtful and intellectually engaging discussion. The afternoon session featured the plenary lecture titled Zubeen Garg as Political Sign, Politics of Zubeen, Politics Around Zubeen. In this lecture, Zubeen Garg was examined as a political and cultural figure whose work goes beyond music and enters the realm of social and political discourse. The post-day session of day 1 moved into parallel technical sessions conducted both online and offline, bringing together a wide range of interdisciplinary perspectives. The first online session focused on themes such as the sonic politics of music, notions of homeland, counter-hegemonic imagination, and the celebration of rural life. These discussions highlighted how the works of Zubeen Garg engaged deeply with questions of identity, resistance, and emotional healing. The second online session explored ideas related to political philosophy, marginalized emotions, folk music as a means of preserving cultural heritage, and eco-poetic expressions. It reflected on how music becomes a medium to articulate belonging, diversity, and environmental consciousness. At the same time, the offline technical session engaged with themes such as digital memory, Insta poetry, digital grief, cultural identity, network grief, and fan communities. These discussions were particularly insightful in understanding how a cultural figure like Zubeen Garg moved beyond stardom to become part of collective experience and social transformation. Overall, these sessions provided a rich and layered understanding of Zubeen Garg's work, moving across disciplines and opening up a plethora of ways in interpreting his cultural significance. The first day of the seminar concluded with a musical performance by the students of EFLU Shillong, where they presented selected songs of Zubeen Garg. The second day began with presentations that explored music as a form of resistance, emotional democracy, and collective feeling, highlighting how music shapes identity and creates shared emotional spaces. The discussions also included perspectives on regional identity and philosophical reflections on creativity and artistic expression, offering an introspective understanding of his work. The session was followed by a special lecture that focused on grief, belonging, and community in Assam, showing how mourning can be both a personal and collective experience. It highlighted how figures like Zubeen Garg become deeply connected to people's emotional and cultural lives. The session was followed by a special talk session that brought together multiple perspectives on ecology and nature in music, land and identity, and the continuing relevance of Bhupen Hazarika and Zubeen Garg. They also engaged with social media circulation, culture and collective memory, showing how music continues to shape and reflect society. Overall, it was a rich and insightful session, bringing together multiple perspectives. The next session was conducted online and brought together a plethora of important and engaging discussions. The presentation focused on themes such as revisiting musical journeys, tracing the evolution of songs and their meanings over time. There was also an emphasis on music as a force for social harmony, highlighting its role in bringing people together. At the same time, the session addressed more critical issues like caste, gender, and agency, showing how music and cinema can engage with complex social realities. Overall, the session offered a balanced perspective combining both cultural reflection and social critique in the concept of Zubeen Garg's work. As I come to the end of this report, what stands out most is the deeply emotional and cultural connection that Zubeen Garg shares with his people. Across the sessions, he emerged not just as a musician, but as a voice of identity, resistance, and belonging, someone who stands for his land, his culture, and his people. This conference brought together a plethora of perspectives from cultural memory and collective emotion to questions of identity, ecology, gender, and social justice. Together, these discussions showed how his work continues to inspire critical thought and meaningful engagement across disciplines. In terms of future prospects, the themes that emerge open up possibilities for further research in areas like music as cultural praxis and regional identity in the digital age. It also encourages us to think about how art can continue to shape conversations around community, representation, and change. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend heartfelt gratitude to all presenters, chairs, and participants who enriched the sessions with their insights. With this, I respectfully present the report of the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shweta, for that comprehensive and insightful presentation that beautifully captured the breadth and depth of scholarly discussions we have witnessed during this seminar. We now move forward to the heart of the session, our valedictory addresses. We have with us Dr. Palmi Borthakur, whose presence today is especially meaningful as someone who shares a personal bond as Zubeen Garg's very own sister. Having someone who has known him closely beyond the public voice and persona adds a layer of intimacy and truth to our session. I now invite Dr. Palmi Borthakur, Department of Geography, Royal Global University, Assam, to kindly deliver the first valedictory address. Ma'am, we look forward to your thoughts.
Thank you, dear, but I need to fix my laptop here. I have a little presentation. Is it possible? to everyone. Thank you for, first of all, thank you for inviting me here to address whatever I know about him. Today I have chosen a topic not as a sister, but as a citizen of Assam. So I have chosen a topic from voice to void, reimagining Assamese identity after Zubeen Garg. Can you, somebody go to the next slide? While preparing for the presentation, it was a big thing for me because I have given the topic. Now I am in a wide ocean of his works, creativity. Now from where to start? So I ended up only with a few pictures of him, right? So I decided to speak with his pictures and try to interact with him about his voice and the void he left. So when we talk about his voice, first of all, it comes to our mind about his songs, the melodies he created. Since the 90s he created, because at that time he entered into the field of music sector. I cannot say it as an industry, till date it hasn't taken that shape of industry. So at that time, the music sector in Assam was occupied by Bollywood music at that time, and our people totally they forgotten about Assamese songs, our traditional songs, so everything, folk songs, they have forgotten. At that time, he entered into that sector and he revived the music industry with his fresh lyrics, fresh compositions, right? And his melodious voice, which actually we can say that it was a soulful voice, because whoever listened to him, they automatically used to feel connected to him. That was the main thing. That was the beauty, or we can say the magic of his voice. Then he revived, along with reviving the modern Assamese music, giving it a new shape, or we can call it a new genre. His compositions, we can discuss or research as a new genre. He also revived, he also tried his best to revive all our traditional songs, all our folk songs, okay, to bring it to the main platform, so our new generations also could connect to them. In that way, the mornings of the elderly people started listening to the Borgit sung by him, listening to the Dihana or Tokari Gate, these songs, devotional songs sung by him, right? And the evenings also of the elderly people used to end it with those devoted and devotional songs. And our new generation, they were being introduced to the Bihu Geet, Bihu Nam. All people started singing everywhere happily. They used to connect themselves and proudly they used to sing the Bihu songs. In that way, a new trend developed there. That is the season, basically during Bohag Bihu, the month from April to June, these 3 months actually were considered as the main working platform or working zone for all the musicians. In that way, he helped so many musicians to consider this line as their prime career, not as a hobby or as an optional career. Okay, so in that way, his voice brought our modern music back, brought our traditional music, our folk musics back into the mainstream. He encouraged with his voice, with his creativity, new generation to pursue some unconventional careers as a musician, as a singer, as a lyricist, as a composer into this mainstream. So new job opportunities started creating. Some became the producers also. In that way, that was the magic of his voice. Then I will move to, next. Then came to the revival of the Assamese cinema industry. Before that, he was working, he went to Bollywood, he went to Bombay. At that time we used to call Bombay, now it is Mumbai. And he lived there continuously for 10 years. Then he found that he has to come back to his roots. He has to revive the cinema industry of Assam. Because most of the halls were being shut down, closed, and other halls were being occupied by Hollywood movies, any kind of Hollywood movies, right? Assamese movies were not getting entry into the prime time in the halls, in the cinemas. So he came back, he dared to make a movie called Mission China. And he gathered money to make this movie by performing during that Bohag Bihu season, by performing his that musical stage performances. Okay, then in that way he collected money. He invested his hard-earned money into the Mission China because he thought he was determined to revive now the Assamese movie industry, not industry, sector. And he invested his crores of rupees. Everybody told him that it is madness. You will not get back anything from that. He didn't listen to anybody. He listened to his heart. And he was very intelligent, so he knew some calculations that it will work somehow. And he made it work. After the movie making, he started the post-production, which was lacking in the Assamese film movie makers. They were not much aware about the post-production. Actually, that post-production part used to bring the audience to the halls. So he started with some slogans, with his quotes that Dori Dori Jam, Ahomia Cinema Sam, Dori Dori Jam, Mission China Sam. Those were the taglines he used, and he actually started this post-production and targeted mainly the young generations, the colleges, the universities, because he knew he made movie for this generation. And he knew that these are the people who will help to revive this industry. And in that way, many more new opportunities, in the movie sector also will welcome these people. So he targeted the students actually, and he loved the kids actually, and he used to connect very well with the students community. So he did the post-production along with the students, college students, university students. Everybody was saying the slogan with happily, actually, with great energy. Dori Dori Jam, Ahomia Cinema Sam, Dori Dori Jam, Mission China Sam. In that way, Mission China became a big hit, and it helped to open up so many closed cinema halls in different villages, rural areas, different small towns, right? So many people got engagement. That was his way. So it is, I won't call it a madness. Yes, a madness, but with a lot and great precision of calculations. And it worked. And it worked for the other filmmakers in the movie sector in Assam. In that way, so many movie makers came forward, new actors, new directors, new photographers, everybody came into this sector of movies. So he revived the movie sector also. Then he made something serious movie like Kanchanjunga, which addressed basically our social issues regarding the career opportunities, right? How to get into the how to get into the administrative part or political part, the youngsters, how to get engaged them into those sectors, and what are the flaws of our educational system, right, in career making. All these things were very well addressed. And another thing also well addressed, the political interference or political negligence in these sectors regarding the students, regarding the different opportunities, right? So all these things he brought together in this movie Kanchanjunga, and it was also a great success, right? So along with his music, he brought with his cinema, he brought different issues, serious issues of our society into the cinematic form. So it has become easy to understand to the people, and they will get inspired to deal with that. In that way, he started actually planting small seeds into each and every person or people of Assam, right? Those seeds, seeds of bravery, seeds of clarity, seeds of what I can say, liberty, everything. So slowly those started cropping up into them. But till now we did not realize it. Can you move to the next slide? His quotes. Another significant part of his voice were his quotes. He used to say instantly his quotes, and they were very powerfully spoken, with very strong words also. Like one I have not given here, Mokuno Jati Nai, Mokuno Dharma Nai. In that way he addressed the society, the main issue of the society, which are dealing with that caste and religion. In that way we are being bifurcated, diverted from the main issues of becoming the Ohomia. Because Zubinda, he was, I can say he was very patriotic. He loved to be an Assamese. He was very proud of his own region, right? Being Northeastern also, he was very proud. So in that way, he addressed some quotes. He used to speak some quotes instantly. Murlogot, ঝেং কৰি দিম মোক দিগদাৰী নকৰিবা ঝেং কৰি দিম then শেষ খুলিলেইতো শেষ নহয় আকৌ হয় আৰম্ভ. That means after every ending there is a new beginning. Then Assam is famous for three things. Na? Tea, Rhino and Zubeen Garg. He said it proudly and it is proved. Right? So some things he used to, some quotes he used to speak instantly. At that time we thought that what he was saying, you should not speak like that. But now we realize that it was okay. He said the truth only. So in that way, with fun, sometimes with seriousness, he tried to lead or give a direction to the youth of people of Assam, right? In a new direction, in a proper way. Can I move to the next slide? Now, he always raised his voice during all the crucial times. These are the proofs of those crucial times. No cab will be, it will destroy it. So he stood very strongly against, during this situation. He was with the people of Assam. And when he was with the people of Assam, all people came into, or they started following the same direction. Okay, they got the courage. They got the courage and inspiration to speak up. What is this? Why we need to say the courage? We do not need courage to say yes. We need courage to say no, always. That is what we need. And that is what Zubinda, he taught us, to say no. If something wrong is going on, we have to say no. That is what he taught us, all of us, to say strongly, very courageously. Ondho Khachon, Hondo Khachok. These were his taglines. He composed songs for those situations, right? And he composed songs for every serious situations. That was his expression. He expressed through creativity, creative work. He tried to bind the people. He tried to find a way of the solution for the people, for the societies, through creative work, through creativity. Because songs are the most beautiful thing which touches our soul, right? Without any logic. So that is why he chose that music as his way or his voice, right? To address the people or to connect with the people. Basically, it was a connection. Can I move to the next slide? So Zubinda, he brought a cultural shift in music, cultural shift in cinema, and cultural shift among the youths. Now if I see the young generation, which we call the Gen Z generation, in Assam they call themselves as Z generation, right? So they are very courageous. I love that. They speak in front, right, without any hesitation. If something is wrong, it is wrong. Something is good, it is good. Moi korim, moi nokor, I will do that, I won't do that. Very clear they are, very clear in their head and in their works. I love that. And most of them were inspired by Zubinda because he was like that. Inside he was a child, right? Very ziddy child, right? As I can say that whatever he wants to do, he will do it. And he likes to do works with fun, right? That is what this generation have learned, right? So he brought a cultural shift, not only in music, not only in cinema, but also among the youth, which is most important thing because they are going to lead our future. Can I move to the next slide? Then we come to the void. We have spoken about that voice. Now we feel the void. On 19 September 2025, suddenly a news came and we felt the void. Please excuse me, I'm feeling a little emotional, but I'll speak on. So that void is like, you used to see nothingness, but this nothingness is very different, right? It was like everybody lost the guardian, right? Everybody lost their anchor, their inspiration. So see, they became directionless, all people. The young stars, they came out from the home, right? They came to Guwahati, they came to our home. Our home was flooded with thousands and thousands of people. The roads were flooded with lakhs and lakhs of people. So that voidness led to a mass grief. Ultimately, that mass grief also made a record. It stood as the fourth largest people gathering, right, for a person's, after a person's demise. So it brought them all. The void was felt everywhere, right? No direction, nothing. What to do? People were suffered for 3 days. They were counting the days when he will be brought back to his place, to his own homeland. Then, in that voidness, I would say, in that voidness, the answer, he has given the answer. Already the answer was there. Zubeen Garg, already he gave the answer. He planted the answer in the heart of every Assamese people, right? People started singing in grief together. That was the answer. How to deal with the voidness through his creativity, through his creative works, by coming together. No religion, no caste, nothing was there, right? Everybody, in fact, every generation of every family, in every household in Assam, they came together, right? From grandfather, grandparents to parents to the child, everybody came to the roads, singing the song, right? His song. It became an anthem, like Mayabini, right? So that was the answer. We got the answer there. We have to sing, we have to be creative, we have to work constructively, right? Today, the entire day I spent here, and I never felt that he's no more. I felt that he's there. We're discussing his works, right? His philosophy, his ideology. And I felt that he's here only. That is what we need to do, actually. To make him alive and to make us stronger, to make a strong society. This is what we need to do, right? We practice the right thing, right? We should be creative, we should be constructive, and we should be engaged in work, real work, all the time. So that is the answer he has given to us. And I hope we will continue it this way, this journey of work, right? For the eternity. Thank you. And one more slide is here. Can we go there? Yes. A line, beautiful lines, written by Digonto Bharati, his friend, dear friend, regarding him. Ako ebarole ahana ubhoti, gan gabole tumak lage,
নাহৰ ছায়া ৰাতি মাটি ৰ'দে সতে উমলিবলৈ তোমাক লাগে মোৰ আধা উশাহ তোমাক দিওঁ সাগৰ শুকুৱাই তোমাক আনো মন যায় মন যায় মন যায় মন যায় for us to see. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was deeply and quietly powerful. You have given us something to carry with us beyond this room, and we truly and genuinely appreciate it. I now invite Professor Jyotirmoy Pradhani, Professor, Department of English, Nehu, Shillong, to deliver his valedictory talk. Sir, the dais is yours.
It was indeed a very emotional moment. I was thinking that hardly in a seminar we tend to shed our tears. And that is the power of Zubeen Garg, how he keeps on touching our hearts, even in a forum like this. Honorable Director FLU, Professor Moshe Banerjee, Honorable Director ICSSR NERC, Professor Panda, Bhagirathi Panda, Pami Borthakur, Professor Pami Borthakur, sister of Zubeen Garg. This is in fact a very rare occasion when we have someone like Pami Borthakur amidst us in an occasion like this. I must thank Dr. Arzu Manara and Dr. Karkaushik for having invited me to this particular occasion. Dear friends, my colleagues from FLU, and students, scholars. In fact, there is hardly anyone in Assam who never had some kind of connection, some way or the other, with that of Zubeen Garg. In the 90s, we are a generation that grew up with music, of course, but mostly Bhupen Hazarika, Moek, Jajabor, those are the songs. Bistirna Parore. In our youth, we come across Zubeen Garg. And in fact, he arrived at a moment when we desperately were looking for an arrival of a new icon. And that was the time when he arrived. I remember in the morning, Dr. Jury spoke about cassettes. I also bought a cassette of Zubeen Garg. This is how his songs are available on Amica. And cover was very attractive. Attractive in the sense because only his picture was there, with long hair. He looked almost like a Greek god. And realized that he's a singer singing Assamese song. And Anamika was a very melodious music. Very unlike Bhupen Hazarika. Bhupen Hazarika had a different intensity. And he brought in a different kind of French winds into the music scenario. My association of Zubeen Garg also happened in a long back when accidentally I happened to have the opportunity to write the English subtitle of a film called Dinabandhu. In that film, Zubeen Garg was the protagonist. Of course, Zubeen Garg was not known at that time as a film actor, but more as a singer. But the director took him as the actor because the role was that of a singer. And fortunately, that film also got Rajat Kamal Award. Then much later, one of my friends, he was a police officer, he organized a program where Zubeen Garg was invited to sing. And in the program, the mic suppliers, the sound suppliers, were from Kuch Bihar. It's called the mic supply, Kuch Bihar mic supply. We used to know the Kuch Bihar mic supply because that was quite famous. They even went to provide sound system to the programs of Lata Mangeshkar and Kishore Kumar in Calcutta. So when I saw that he was there managing sounds, the sound engineer was Shibuda. So I asked him, what's the difference you come across as a singer, Zubeen Garg and other singers? And he said that Zubeen Garg voice style, he has a different voice, Vishwan Kola, and we enjoy managing his sound. So that was the kind of thing. It was long back. Now, this is an occasion when we reflect on what made Zubeen Garg so different. We come across so many singers. We hum songs of many singers. And what made Zubeen Garg so different? And in fact, through his death, his final act, he had proved that what greatness, what legends look like. Then when reflecting on that, being a student of literature and cultural studies, I was trying to find out some kind of analogy. In the morning, as Dr. Parasar has spoken about, spoke about Bhupen Hazarika and Zubeen Garg. This is inevitable. We have to compare Zubeen Garg with Bhupen Hazarika because they're the two greatest icons of the 20th century. They automatically come together, also they are set apart. I'll share one small anecdote of Bhupen Hazarika. 1952, he came back to Assam with a doctorate degree from Columbia University. And Radha Govinda Borwa, who was the founder of Assam Tribune, the sponsor of this program, he had actually organized Bihu program for the first time, 1952, in La Tahsil. Because Bihu is normally the village program. Whenever the Dhuliyas, drum players, will play the drum, the Bihu dancers will automatically, spontaneously go to the fields. But in Guwahati, nobody would come that way. No Dhuliya, no dancer would come automatically. There's no batar, no field as such. So on a stage, the program was. And Bhupen Hazarika was made the general secretary of the program. So he was the general secretary, he's organized the thing, and what he did, he had actually rehearsed a chorus song. He wanted to sing that song. That would be his first major public performance in the program. So when the program started, Bhupen Hazarika was supposed to sing the song. He came up with his troupe, all ready to sing the song. He climbed on the stage. While going to the stage, he was stopped. They said that we are not allowed to sing the song. Why? Because there's from the government, they want that you should not sing this song. He was the secretary of the program. He rehearsed so much for the program. His first major program after coming from Columbia University, and he was not allowed to sing the song. So what for? Because government of Assam, Vishnu Mehdi was the chief minister at that point in time, said that that song was reactionary, politically incorrect song, and he was not supposed to sing that song. Of course, later, on many occasions, he sang that song and became it was one of the most popular songs. Why I'm bringing this anecdote? Bhupen Hazarika proves that, right in the beginning of his career, that he was politically incorrect. And in the world, if you look at the history of the world, history of the artists, great writers, all of them were politically incorrect. And Zubeen Garg was not a difference. Like all great artists, he was also politically incorrect. As Parahmani said in the morning that Zubeen Garg arrived at a time, in the 90s, the volatile time in Assam's political history. We had militancy, we experienced that, what militancy was all about. There was Ulfa, then of course aftermath of ASU movement, there was a time of disillusionment. And also there was the time of liberalized economy. And that's the time when we were everybody was looking for a fresh voice. And that happened to be Zubeen Garg. And when it comes to, Bhupen Hazarika was still alive, he was in his mid-60s. but still fresh youth voice is a kind of a sense of assurance was perhaps the community, perhaps the masses, the people were looking for. At that time, Zubeen Garg intervened through his songs. At that time, quite significantly, just before Zubeen Garg, Assamese music became somewhat empty. Bhupen Hazarika was the only one holding it on. This, of course, Hogan Mohanto was there singing Bihu songs mostly. And people were looking for different kind of, because time was changing so fast. Liberalist economy, everything was opening up. And music became quite different in Bombay. At that time, Assamese music was occupied by the Bombay artists, Kumar Sanu, Kavita Krishnamurti, Anuradha Padwal. They were singing Assamese songs. And with them, one singer came, he was Jitul Sonowal. He came with a guitar. So that's the kind of thing we youths are looking for. Somebody plays the guitar, you know, that kind of thing. Because Bhubaneska plays the harmonium. And that's the time when, in fact, but those songs were mostly love songs. Moromi Logori, that kind of song. But Zubeen Garg brought poetry to music. That was the difference. He brought that intellectual vibes into popular music. That was what Zubeen Garg's one of the greatest contributions. And he was inspired by poets. And perhaps Zubeen Garg was the first one to have put poetry of Hiren Bhattacharya, as my friend was reciting his poems today, set to music. Gane ki, Gane, that kind of a song. And because Hiren Bhattacharya is very important in the cultural history of Assam, in the sense that he redefined modern poetry. And also there was a time when, for the youngsters, a love letter, in those days we used to have love letters. A love letter cannot be complete without a quotation from Hiren Bhattacharya. So, so that kind of power Hiren Bhattacharya's poetry had, different kind of metaphor he was bringing into poetry. For the first time we're seeing that language can be so vibrant in his poems. And Zubeen Garg brought a different kind of life to those poems. That was his power. And also later on during CAB movement, he brought back the music and song of Ambika Giri Raichaudhuri, one of the firebrand's poets of our time. Then he has also recited one very famous song of Nabokanta Borua, Niorore. That is the thing. He brought that particular. So he brought that poetic dimension into popular music. It was not mere love songs. That kind of intellectual depth he brought into poetry, but that is in a playful. It's not avant-garde. It's not something that should be very esoteric. It's not like that. When looking at these things, then one is tempted to make some comparisons. Because I'm quite sure, because I and Zubeen Garg almost belong to the same generation in the 90s, we're reading the same kind of books, same kind of exposures we're getting. And then when the university at that time, when Zubeen Garg's cassettes and albums started coming out, and he himself is a very voracious reader, and I was looking at the history of Western rock music. Why rock music is so different, unlike pop music. And when it comes to rock music, one very significant movement was the Beats poetry movement. Beats poetry is, of course, many of you know, like Jack Kerouac is one, Allen Ginsberg is another. And it is a very impetuous literary movement that your infatuations, your spontaneity is more important than your rationality. And that is what even Zubeen Garg did. One of the catchlines of the Beats poets were, the first thought, best thought. Whatever comes to first to your mind, that is the right decision. And you should not actually try to, burden it in many kind of ethics, morality, other kind of nuances. You're not supposed to do that. That's one of the things that liberated the young youths of that particular time. And Zubeen Garg also did talk about the same thing. The first thought is so, I can say, spontaneous on stage, impetuous. That's what Zubeen Garg is all about. And Allen Ginsberg's one poem was very famous, and everybody was following that as almost a kind of religious tag. The line was, follow your inner moonlight, don't hide your madness. And we know that Zubeen Garg is known as a mad guy on stage on many occasions. What he was doing basically, he was following that philosophy of Allen Ginsberg. He was following his moonlight. He was, wherever he was going, he was illuminating with his light, with his freshness. And he never hesitated to show his madness. And that gave a lot of power to the youths. A lot of restrictions, they were coming up of that restrictions. And quite significantly, this Beats poetry generation was also, the 60s thing, also inspired by one very famous figure, he's Elvis Presley. Why Elvis Presley is important? Elvis Presley said that he was the person who had actually came at a time when the generation was buttoned up. Everybody was buttoned, fully buttoned. And very, you can say, decent decent and very polite, that kind of thing. They're maintaining that kind of a mannerism in social spaces. And he had opened up charts on the stage that was almost parody act in the 50s. You were a singer, you were coming in the jacket without buttoning your jacket, showing your bare chest. That's what this Presley did. And that is Elvis Presley's, this particular philosophy also inspired our Beats poets. And also we find Zubeen Garg as a sartorial challenger. Because whenever you go on stage, everybody will not come only to listen to his songs, but also see Zubeen Garg, what kind of dress he wears. Because for him, a song is a total performance. Not only your music, your voice, but the total, everything was a part of the message that Zubeen Garg wanted to convey. And Elvis Presley had one famous line, of course, one song, one of his last songs, that was, he writes that I have no regrets, because I had very few regrets, so barely they deserve any kind of mention. And I have done many good things, many bad things, that kind of thing he would sing in that song. And also he would say that, I think I did all that, and may I say, not in shy way. Whatever I did, yes, I did. I did it my way. And that became an anthem for the youths. And Zubeen Garg also did in his way. And that became a kind of source of power for the new generation. And Zubeen Garg, another aspect of Zubeen Garg is that he revolutionized the stage. Bhupen Hazarika also revolutionized the stage. So his thing is that he will be standing and singing. Earlier, people mostly used to sit and sing. And Bhupen Hazarika would be standing and singing. Later on, that became a trend. When you sing, you have to stand. That's what he did. And Zubeen Garg actually revolutionized the whole idea of singing. He'll be on the guitar, and sometimes he'll sleep also on stage. Who can actually dare to sleep on stage? But he will do that. Okay? So that is Zubeen Garg. Okay? That is all about his madness. He never tried to hide his madness. He was anti-Oedipal. Anti-Oedipal because Beats poets, Elvis Presley, they're all anti-Oedipal, and one of the major anti-Oedipal group was the Beatles. Beatles again also inspired by the Beats and also Elvis Presley. And there's a very striking similarity between Zubeen Garg and the Beatles. Beatles were, for the first time, they're the first major music group who were politically proactive. They went to the extent of marching on the streets with thousands of people behind against nuclear disarmament. They were marching behind against racism. There's a very quite significant, one interesting incident happened with the Beatles. They went to Florida, America, to perform. In America those days, this is Southern America, there's a system, there will be segregated halls. Like in a hall, only white can come, sometimes only black can come. Beatles had a contract. They went there, when they saw this segregated hall, they denied to sing. They said that we will not sing here, despite the contract. Take your money back. So that was the Beatles. That is what the spirit of even Zubeen Garg. And the way
Beatles made music as a kind of instrument of revolution. So did also Zubeen Garg. Finally, another very significant thing that B7, this just came to my mind when in the morning we have a presentation by Dr. Jasmine about Mayabini. Mayabini, when of course after Zubeen Garg's death, Mayabini became almost a global hit. Only a Sunday song which became a global hit, Mayabini. Okay. Now, why Mayabini so quickly captured the musical aesthetics of the people worldwide? Because Mayabini, though it's a kind of, it has the love element is there, but the one most powerful thing is that Dhumuhar hate mor bohu dinore nasun, bohu jugore nasun. So that's a very powerful line. And this particular song was sung by one very famous singer in Nepal. They have a kind of Nepal Got Talent, that kind of program. And they were singing this Mayabini song. And they're finding it a lot of difficulty they're singing this song because the notations are different. Then I just checked the notations. One of the notations is there. Then one notation is B7. Because who plays the music, they would know B7. And normally, in Assamese songs, we have a kind of a linear notations, A minor, E minor, A, D, C. These are the kind of normal chords. B7 is a kind of a chord which we come across mostly in the Western rock music. All of a sudden, there's a distortion happens. And this particular note is important to express your anger, to express your disapproval, B7. And that happens in that particular song. And there's a reason why. Even one video I was looking at, which is much before Zubeen's death, where they were actually teaching how to sing, how to perform, referring to this particular song. That Mayabini, that's from an American coach. So why? Because they could immediately, with the tone, found that universal lineage, the same kind of tone. Language only different, but same kind of tonality is there, same kind of emotion is there, expressed the same kind of notations. And this kind of note was used by the singers like Mark Knopfler of Dire Straits. Then of course Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan's Blowing in the Wind. There it has. That was Eric Clapton. Eric Clapton's last song, Zubeen Garg sang, Tears in Heaven, was from Eric Clapton. So he had that kind of sense of music, how to all of a sudden have to bring the resistance, anger. That is the B7 element, or B7 we can say manipulations. That's what made Zubeen Garg a really global singer. And this came almost spontaneously because he's a legendary singer himself. Now, why is Zubeen Garg important? I call him, there's one particular phrase is there in America from Sam Shepard they used. It's called bucking bronco. Bucking bronco means the jumping horse. You cannot control him. And he was a bucking bronco for the political class also. They cannot control him. Okay? That is what the spirit of Zubeen Garg is all about. John Lennon of the Beatles, he made a kind of controversy when he said that the Beatles are more famous than Jesus. Okay? In fact, across religion, they were so famous. And Zubeen also said almost prophetically that I am beyond God, more Koneshwar. I am Muktos. That's kind of similarity you get when you come across such a powerful singer. Just when I was discussing with Rosie, which she failed to mention, and borrowing this thing, how actually death brings in unity. We have seen, because that's the last performance of Zubeen Garg, his death. And that brought a kind of how grief can be a medium of solidarity. That happened to the death of Zubeen Garg at a polarized time. And Rosie was saying how in volatile Manipur between Cookies and the Métis, when Zubeen Garg died, everything came to quietness. They actually mourned the death of Zubeen Garg after a long time together. So that is the power of Zubeen Garg. Now, of course,
when it comes to justice to Zubeen Garg, we do not know legally what will happen. It might be diffuse also. But justice of Zubeen Garg is when we keep him alive in our hearts. And that is what we're going to do, and we believe there would always be, through our hearts, justice to Zubeen Garg. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that rich and evocative engagement. Your words reminded us that understanding Zubeen Garg is as much about feeling as it is about thinking. Now, there are some voices that do not just belong to music. They belong to people, to memories, to places. And Zubeen Garg is one of them. And it feels only right that as we speak about Zubeen Garg, we also pause to feel his presence through music. It is my absolute honor to invite Mr. Lo Majau, a distinguished artist, a voice of Northeast, and someone whose own musical journey is deeply rooted in the cultural spirit of this region, to offer a tribute to Zubeen Garg. Sir, it's an honor, and the stage is all yours.
That time I forgot to take the name of Lo Majau, so I apologize.
Lo Majau is one of the icons of Shillong streets, and he also revolutionized our music.
Yeah, hello friends. I'm not here to blow the trumpet of Dr. Zubeen Garg, because that was the title that was conferred to him from University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. So anyway, the most important thing is that Zubeen as a friend, he has extended his helping hand, not only to me, but to other people as well. See, like for example, that he has gone to some villages listening to other people singing, and he somehow he loved that kind of delivery, lyrically speaking. So what he did, he took those songs from them, request them, so that he will deliver his style, which he did, and he became very, very famous song. But then those songs were not written by Zubeen. It was written by some other people. So since Zubeen gets the credit, the cash, but I also feel that the people who wrote those songs, they must also be given the credit and partly the cash. But that depends on the whoever manages his work or whatever it is. See, because Zubeen as as a friend, as an artist, most of the time, we extend the support to each other, not only to Lo Majau, but to lots and lots of people. So this is one thing which is very, very important. And the last few months of his living on this planet Earth, he told me, he said, like, Lou, I'm slowly giving up singing. I said, well, you cannot. That is one thing you cannot. Then he told me, he said, yeah, I'm going to do that. And he said, yeah, I've made up my mind that I will go into movies. I said, that's damn good. At least you've got the looks. which is very, very true. See, so these are the few things which bring fond memories of him as a man. most important thing is that he has left lots and lots of meaningful songs. I won't say beautiful because that'll be too light, and that's very, very important. So he'll always be with us through his writings, and to me, he'll always be remembered with respect as a friend, as an artist. Even though I could not go to his home, he always tells me, "You come over to the house, look, and check out my golden microphone." I said, "Oh, holy shit, golden microphone, man." But whatever it is. But then later on, I got to have a good laugh that was a fake gold. So, which goes to show that all that glitters is not gold. Okay, friends, until we meet again, stay healthy, stay blessed. Blake.
Thank you so much, sir, for reminding us that beyond analysis, beyond any sort of frameworks and theories, there's always something deeply human that holds everything together. There's always emotion, and that is where culture truly lives. I now invite Dr. Arzuman Ara, co-convener of this seminar, Department of English Language Education, FLU Shillong, to kindly deliver her special address.
Thank you so much, Anshumi, respected Director Madam, Mr. Panda, Director of ICSSR, Professor Pradhani, Kami Baito, and Lu Balu. And ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me start with a prank from media. Somebody said that Republic TV खोल के देख, हिंदू खतरे में है. NDTV खोल के देख, मुस्लिम खतरे में है. And India Today खोल के देख, पूरा इंडिया ही खतरे में है. And this is the condition of our media. So on 19th September 2025, when we heard different kinds of news that there's a mishap during paragliding, scuba diving, and all that, I ignored all the news. In fact, I was in Sarpadhani's place with Preeti. We were having our Asian better. So at around 9:30, Sarpadhani brought a kind of confirmed news, and we were still in disbelief. We said it would be just fake news. On my request, Sarpadhani tried to play a bit of Mayavi, but he could not. But the song was like almost everywhere, and we started getting a lot of messages on media. So sleepless nights followed, and when I was going to Guwahati on the 7th day, I didn't know how I crossed Nongpo. Usually I stopped there for a cup of coffee. And I reached Jorabad and saw the posters, then something started sinking in, followed by a spell of depression. And many of my friends were surprised that, what's wrong with you? Because usually I'm a very jolly, positive person. So that also, because of my friends' queries, I also started pondering upon what Zubeen means for me. On the 7th day when I was in Sonapur, we were lighting diyas. And on 30th day we participated in the Naam. And I saw a very old person on the 7th day listening to Mayavi in a very low volume, moving his head like this, as if he was also in a kind of disbelief. And on another occasion, a person who could not even walk, he was literally painting, and then he was visiting Zubeen Garg. In the cinema hall, we have seen the outpour of emotion with the screening of Provider Pinale. And the same thing also happened when at midnight, Alankar and his family and I visited Kailipara. People are still there, and there Diganta Sharma spoke about one boy who had walked for around 3 hours to reach the Kailipara residence, because once Zubeen had helped him, and he could not express. He was standing there for the whole day. then in the last few months, obviously my professional work and personal relationships have been affected, and life itself is like a sort of existential crisis, because one memory brings in many more memories. And the way Juvinda used to sing his songs, many of his utterances resembled my father, and both the memories were like evoking a lot of emotion. So the first reaction that I felt within me was a quotation of Louis Fisher. He said something about Gandhi, and that kind of struck me. He said that Gandhi was no ordinary man. He lived a heroic life. So a Gandhi cannot just die of fever or flu. Their death also becomes violently heroic. So I felt that similar thing also applies to many more great souls, starting from, if you see, even Christ. So we shared a lot of thoughts, talks, and pain with the friends. And one question always sparked up our mind, my mind. Can we really afford to lose Zubeen? Does he deserve a burial at the sea? Jubin's fan, Deopite, who sent a message to Alankar referring to Jubin's non-existent, he did not use the word death. And I like that word. He congratulated us for organizing this program. And I used the word physical disappearance for Zubinda because he's there. You know, when Sant Kabir died, Hindus wanted to claim his body, Muslims wanted to claim his body, and the legend goes that when both of them, both the groups went to find his body in the hut, he was no longer there. The body had disappeared. And that had come to my mind because Zubinda is a spirit who could blur all the boundaries. One example is of gender. We would never see a fan-conscious, audience-conscious singer wearing a skirt, a male singer wearing a skirt, wearing earrings, wearing bangles. So it is just one example of how he blurred the boundaries. And he was like what we see in the movie Three Idiots. Behti hawa sa tha wo, kaha gaya se dhundo. Alankar actually got concerned and started giving me a warning. In fact, yesterday also he gave me a warning, control your emotion. And when we thought of doing something to express our emotion, and we thought of having a seminar, this is a seminar for namesake actually. It is more of an expression of our emotion because we want to feel in a renewed way how we feel attached to Zubeen. And I am extremely grateful to Professor Panda for his generous grant. So his whole team of ICSSR, they stood behind us in organizing this program. In fact, Zubeen's songs are already taught in some colleges in the USA. So for us, we wanted to see everything about Zubeen in glimpses because we thought that let us start a kind of ice-breaking, what Alankar says, brainstorming, regarding what more we can do for Zubeen. So here I am taking an opportunity to share what he means to me, what I feel, and what I feel he should mean for others. Needless to say that we all connect with him in some way or the other, and that's why we all are here. In the booklet, we have specially designed it so that you can write what you feel about him. You can draw him, you can write his favorite dialogue, and what is your message to him. So please continue scribbling on this one. Our volunteers also will distribute the pamphlet. At the end of my talk, I'll come back to you to see what is your message for Zubeen, because we wanted to celebrate Zubeen in a different way. So, and Zubeen does not just belong to the organizers or the managers or the conveners. He belongs to you as well. So this is a humble attempt to see how we can collectively connect to Zubeen. Now this is for us also to understand an important concept that is epoch making. And I know that there's a lot of papers discussing on many different aspects about the life of Zubeen. And the most important focus is coming to how Zubeen talked about Nietzsche's nothingness influenced him. He openly said that he was influenced by Nietzsche's philosophy. And knowing both Nietzsche the philosopher and Zubeen through their creations, one cannot stop wondering upon how one can live a Nietzschean Zubeenesque life. So some of the two writers I have found, one Mr. Thakur and one Miss Basu, they talked about active nihilism, and in the morning Videsh also talked about it. As an artist, his epoch-making showed that Western music is possible in Assamese and Indian languages, as he himself composed that. Before him, Western music was mostly parodic or imitations. So he showed how to bring the flavor of Englishness or Westernness to Assamese music without parodying. He also contributed in contemporizing the traditional ways of music practice because he used guitar-like instruments with some of the folk songs. And there's a lot of innovations even in Bihu songs. One Bihu song goes as Borolin Espolin Kohili, Hanili, Mukh Espolin, Mukhot Kiba Kibi Kohili, Sohorot Goi, Dunia Hoi Porili. Now, this is an interesting shift because we always saw Bihu song as something pastoral. People talk mostly about nature, but here he talks about urbanization. So he brings urban ethos to Bihu song. Similarly, I also find how he aestheticized the mundane. That song Suma Suma Suma, Ganesh Kurit Tumak Dekhu, Chan Marit Tumak Dekhu, any TV Tumak Dekhu. So I feel that these ordinary statements, they say something very pure about the emotions and at the same time brings in a different kind of aesthetics. And that is one of the Zubeen epochs. And following him, you will see many more young singers have started singing like that. Now he composed songs for almost every mood, not almost, every mood. People like me, I call myself NRA, non-resident Assamese. He is a connection with our roots. But the most important contribution that I feel is his personal principles. First thing he dared is not to be dictated by the institutional religion or its practices. And he dared to say what he did, tearing off his so-called holy thread to tie a mosquito net. And he proclaimed that he is beyond jati or dharma because he is mukta, he is free. The song Free Bird also resonates with that. And this is an act which is condemned by the keepers of the institutions of religion and those who keep the religious dogma and bigotry. As an artist, apart from his Borgits, he also sang Christian prayers and Islamic prayer. And Jayantoda was telling me yesterday, because of his song, Ya Ali, some people knew him to be Ali Bhai. Thus, going beyond religion, he could occupy a place that changed even the religious scenario in Assam. And that is his epoch making. His pictures adorned the Eid decorations. The mosque played Mayavini. I too lighted a lamp. I participated in Naam, and it is just like my neighbor Dipali. So pain and love brought us together. And this I feel is a very strong epoch in the sense that what was considered inauspicious became pure, divine, spiritual. You'll see even in the weddings, usually people don't talk about death or similar things, but Zubeen's picture was there. He was part of the family. He has been a part of the family. And blasphemy became prayer. Playing a song, a romantic song in a mosque, became a prayer. So in the cinema hall also, what people would have avoided earlier is now welcoming. There's a special chair for Zubeen in the cinema halls. Now in English literature, we celebrate Satan as a hero, a rebel, because he fought for liberty, and he said, it is better to rule in hell than to serve in heaven. And I also find a feminist slogan resonating with the same, that a good woman goes to heaven, but a bad woman goes everywhere. Defying God, like atheism, is seen as a way to liberty, specifically human liberty, and that also in a society of corruption and hypocrisy. These slogans are iconoclastic, as Zubeen used to say. He became an existential persona in my eyes who had to go beyond the cliches and find and establish his own truth, what Nietzsche might have proposed by saying, will to truth and will to power. And he created that by creating his own set of values and practices of that, which is like, I make a quote from Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil. But rather in the lab of being, in the intransitory, in the concealed God, in the thing in itself, there must be their source and nowhere else. So he himself is like the source of what he created for himself, and his actions can be seen in another way, like the belief in antithesis of values. By discovering a truth, to recognize untruth as a condition of life. By recognizing untruth, that is the institutional, beyond the institutional truth, he created his own conditions of life and artistic life. He did that both in personal and artistic life, that is believing his own self, carving his own set of principles, and living up to that which led him to proclaim, I'm a king. But then, his ways are not bound by certainties of fixity and conditioning, comfortable conditioning, so he claimed, I'm a rebel. So, he in that way is a Nietzschean free spirit who could claim to be like water. He said, I'm like water, to flow freely, flow with life, and that is liberty. What he wanted for himself, he wished that for others, and that made him a philanthropist and a political Zubeen. I'm personally impressed with Zubeen's courage to sing Jan Kavi Baba Nagarjun, whose good name is Vaidyanath Mishra, the song which is there in Om Matra song. Nagarjun himself was a rebel poet who was jailed, and he was also awarded with Sahitya Academy Award. Now, to give you a hint of how much courage is required to sing Baba Nagarjun in today's world, I read a beat from his poem Mantra. Om Shabd hi Brahma hai, Om Shabda Shabd Shabd Shabd, Om Pranava, Om Nad, Om Mudraye, Om Bhaktebya, Om Udgar, Om Hoshanaye, Om Bhashan, Om Pravajan, Om Hunkar, Om Phatkar, Om Shitkar, Om Fuspus, Om Futkar, Om Chitkar, Om Asfalan, Om Ingit, Om Ishare, Om Nare, Nare or Nare. Now, this song also criticizes the political scenario. I'll read a little bit more from here. Om Dalo mein ek dal apna dal. Om Angikaran, Shuddhikaran, Rashtrikaran. Om Mushtikaran, Tushtikaran, Pushtikaran. Om Etraz, Akshep, Anushashan. Om Gaddi par Azam Bajrashan. Om Tribunal, Om Ashwashan. Om Good Nirpeksha Chatta Sapeksh Jod Tor. Om Chalachand, Om Mithya, Om Hod Mohod. Om Bokwas, Om Udghatan, Om Maran Mohan Uchatan. Om Kali 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 Mahakali. Om Mar Mar Mar, Var Na Jaye Khali. Apni Khushhali, Om Dushmanon ki Pamali. Om Mar 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 Mar. Om Opposition ke mund bane tere gale ka har. In today's world, that takes quite a courage to sing such a song. So Zubeen's courage is unmatched in India. What he did is, in Nietzschean word again, live dangerously. Nietzsche said live dangerously in his Gay Science. Nietzsche asserts that one starts to live truly only when one is beyond the limitation of fear. So he said that build your cities on the slope of Vesuvius, that live with fear, live the comfort, live the certainty, embrace the discomfort of the ordinary. Even some Stoics like Dionysius spoke about calculated discomfort, to live a better life, to be at ease with pain. But Zubeen perhaps did not calculate the risk ever. This is a matter of critical and intellectual challenge to come out of the comfort zone And philosophers are yet to answer that. Live and work with your peers and yourself. Zubeen has been continuously transcendenting even his own self. Zubeen lives exactly in such a way, taking risk after risk and working hard to materialize his dreams. And behind such efforts, what he had was deep-seated conviction that gave him a confidence so he could say, I'll not become a servant, but I'll become a king. And he asserted to be the king of Assam, and we accepted that. So, among the sobriquets that we use for him, Heartthrob, Surya Konti, and all that, I like the word Ishwar Putra, which makes him ordinarily extraordinary and extraordinarily ordinary. So in that way, he has often tried to go beyond the public structure, beyond the common structure, and become one of the ordinary. Relating to Superman and art by referring to Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, A.J. Graying said that we possess art. Nietzsche says, lest we perish of the truth. Art helps us to know how to make things beautiful as either creators or enjoyers. And we can be poets of our lives and give ourselves satisfaction and style, treating our own lives as creative work and giving aesthetic value as a part of its ethical character. And this requires that we be autonomous individuals, free spirits, rejecting the restrictions of that society and conventional morality seem to impose. And that is what Govinda lived with. Like a hero, like a king, like water, like Kanchenjunga, like Che Guvira, and like Zubeen Garg. Can we really live a life of Zubeen? But then, everyone cannot be a Zubeen. Each Purushes are Khanajanna, but his message resonates like what इकबाल has said, खुद ही को कर बुलंद इतना कि तकदीर बनाने से पहले रब आपको पूछ ले बता तेरी रजा क्या है. So Nietzsche says, he who attains his ideals precisely thereby surpasses it, and Govinda did it. Now I'd like to go around with the mic to see if you have any message for Govinda. Those who have scribbled something, I'd like to have a look at that. The mic, anybody? Take the mic to the audience. We'll have a quick round of like few minutes.
Message to keep rocking and sing Koritak.
Thank you. Could you speak it a bit louder?
Zubinda, keep rocking and sing Koritak.
Jai Koritak. Thank you, thank you.
I have one message for him. Moyo tumar nisina eucalyptusor nisina hobo kujo. I also want to be like the eucalyptus, just like you wanted to be.
Thank you.
You have transcended the bounds of human existence and reached a divine space. I would like to quote Bruce Lee, another of my icons, "Be water, my friend."
And he said, I'm like water. Thank you.
I have a message for Zubinda. I don't know if rebirth is real, but now when I know you, I want it to be real. Maybe in the next life. Zubinda.
Thank you. Thank you.
Zubeen, as I call him Goli in my school days, he will be remain in our heart and blood forever.
Thank you.
Govinda lives dangerously in our heart, memory, dream, and resistance.
Thank you.
For me, one of his favorite quote, it is informal actually, but he used to say that
Yeah, that could take over. And I would like to take it in a positive way for the things that we should oppose. So again, I want to. My message for him is: please guide pure souls like you, and be happy wherever you are. We will continue following your path and loving you. I hope you come again in a new life and give us the feeling of euphoria again through your eternal voice.
Thank you.
Not a favorite dialogue actually, but he gave a tagline that I like a lot. Politics no koi bandhu. And my message for him is
could you sing that?
Politics no koi bandhu. I don't know the rest, so. And my message for him is that you cannot just die, you are Zubeen Garg.
Thank you.
The famous dialogue of Zubeen Garg, মোৰ কোনো জাতি নাই, মোৰ কোনো ধৰ্ম নাই, মই মুক্ত, মই কাঞ্চনজঙ্ঘা. Like that, my message to Zubeen Garg is, আমার কোনো জাতি নাই, আমার কোনো ধর্ম নাই, আমি Z generation.
Thank you. As a rebel, one of my research scholars said that if you don't organize a program on Zubeen, who would do it? Because like Zubeen, you are also a rebel. And that I felt was quite complimentary to me. And he has sent one message to me. He says that this is a pioneering academic meet that you are organizing on a personality who is probably the most influential figure of this decade for Assam. It is going to be tiring and it will demand more from you due to the attention it has gathered and will continue to gather for the next few days. But this is great. And as for the criticism, well, it makes us better. So I follow Juvinda's message once more. Politics no koriba bandhu. In front of my director, I'm saying that. In front of my colleagues. So let's leave with ideas and ideology that Juvinda has left for us. And that will be the best tribute to him. Thank you so much for being a part of our effort to be Jubeenics for this last 2 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was deeply personal, and in many ways, it brought us back to why we began this journey in the first place. I now invite Professor P. Panda, Honorary Director, ICSSR, NERC, Shillong, to address the gathering.
Thank you so much. In fact, actually, it has been a prolonged session, but very enriching, very learning for me also personally. Is it not working?
Yeah. So, our respected Director, Professor Mosini, Professor Pradhani, I think Madam Thakur is, I think she has just left, and Lomaj has just left also, and all the faculty members of this prestigious university, students, research scholars, friends, ladies and gentlemen. So I think I came here basically to listen, to know, to understand the phenomenon and the institution of Zubeen Garg. And personally, I think it has been a great experience to listen to all this wonderful, I think, I would say lecture, the wonderful introduction, the wonderful delivery, the wonderful insights that they have shared about Zubeen Garg, and then making him, adding to that very exercise of making him a great institution and a phenomenon. He was an artist par excellence. I think as I came to know, he had also read something a couple of months back, that he was not only a singer, he was a composer, he was an artist in all, I think in all dimensions. He was a composer, he was a lyricist,
everything. Now, but then, when it comes to his music, there are good number of musicians. There are very less of musicians with a purpose. So his music was with a purpose. And I teach development economics. And today, I think the concept and practice of development is being analyzed, researched, talked about, practiced in terms of policy is called sustainable development. And sustainable development has three important dimensions: the social, the economic, and four important dimensions. I could add one more: the social, the economic, the environmental, and the cultural. Now, I consider Zubeen Garg to be an advocate, a great practitioner, and a great preacher of the current concept and practice of sustainable development. Why do I say so? Look at actually, I was just listening to his sister. See, there's an economics. In an economic dimension, it's all about ensuring some kind of income to the people. The way he made music as an instrument of gaining some gainful employment for the youth, that itself speaks about his economic contribution. But more than the economic contribution, it's the social contribution, the social dimension of sustainable development, which today we are living and we are going to live for, I think, many more centuries. The way he has his music, the way it has bonded people, the way it has that bridging effect, I think it has created tremendous kind of mobilization, tremendous kind of social capital formation. There is no religion as I was listening to many of our friends sitting here itself. We are beyond religion, we are beyond caste, we are beyond class. That itself, I think, is a strong engagement. Is an element of social capital building. We all talk about development as social capital building. This is a tremendous example of a great social capital building. I think that's his contribution when it comes to the very practice of sustainable development, which today we are in fact preaching, and today we are going to practice in our development practice. And then not only about this mobilization, engagement, social capital building. In fact, development is all about also the creating institutions, what we call establishment spaces in development, through which development, the objectives of development can be realized. We have market, we have government, we have community, we have civil society. And the job of many of them, the government, the civil society, the community, is all about providing that agency. I think there's no one else. I think the way Zubeen Garg, through his work, through his music, through his acting, through his message, the way he has created that agency, I think it's something that needs to be, I think, researched. I think, in a much more pronounced manner in days to come. That's a wonderful, that's a very, very tremendous, typical example of creating agency through music, through literature, through, through art. Tremendous, it's a classic example of creating that kind of agency, which mostly today we just beg to have it, we just pray to have it, but then he has done it. Then today, many times when I teach development economics to students, we talk about the demographic dividend. The demographic dividend is all about the youth primarily. It's all about the working population, the total population. And India is going to have that demographic dividend for next 20 years. And we have already 25 years of our demographic dividend window period has gone already. We haven't been able to achieve much. We have achieved something, but not to the extent that the demographic dividend, in fact, was required, had given us the opportunity to realize. We haven't been able to that extent. But the coming 20 years, the coming 2 decades is going to define whether So when you relate it to Zubeen's, I think the engagement with the youth, the message for the youth, the kind of tremendous kind of powerful agency that he has created for the youth. I think that's a classic example of how demographic dividend can be converted and can be singularly, can be in a pronounced manner converted into, I think, an objective of an outcome of development. It's a powerful message that itself when it comes to how to engage with the youth, get them mobilized, bring them back to the path of development, democratize development, and give that agency, and then make use of that demographic wealth for the development of the society and the country. It's a powerful, I think, initiative. Knowingly or unknowingly, he has done it. Then, finally, when it comes to Zubeen Garg and his philosophy, I think it's very, very simple, as I understand listening to many of our friends here. Live life as it comes, live life pure, live life, I think, unfiltered, and contribute. That's all. And finally, let me end up with the words of Tagore. I almost most of the times I cite him, but then I think I have never got any opportunity so contextual as today, and particularly in the context of Zubeen Garg. Tagore said, it's all about present and it's all about youth. That when you were born, you cried, the whole world rejoiced. When you were born, you cried, the whole world rejoiced. Make it a point that when you die and you leave this material world, I think you should rejoice and the whole world should cry. I think these lines of Tagore, I think so appropriate in the context of Zubeen Garg. He has made everybody to cry, and when he left, of course, we would definitely loved him to be there itself with us for many, many decades to come. But as it is said, those who got lives, I think they die young. So maybe I think Tagore's these lines are very, very appropriate in itself. That he must be rejoicing in the sense he has done, I think, what many, many crores and crores of people for the humanity, for the sake of the society, for the sake of the civilization, they could not do it. He has done it. He must be definitely rejoicing, but he has left all of us crying to have another Zubeen Garg. And Zubeen Gargs are not born every now and then. They may born in years, in 100 years, or in 1,000 years. So let's leave the very legacy of Zubeen Garg. Let's make it as an academic institution. There's a lot to research on him. There's a lot to bring it out, I think. And then today's, I thank IFLU, Madam Director, and Dr. Juan, and the whole team of IFLU for celebrating, I think, the institution and the phenomenon and the contribution of Zubeen Garg. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughtful words and for your continued encouragement of academic dialogue. And now, as we approach the closing of this session, I invite our chairperson, Professor Moshmi Guha Banerjee, Director, FLU Regional Campus, Shillong, to kindly deliver the concluding address.
Finally, again, I'm here. So, the first speech was delivered rather in a hurried manner yesterday. But very honestly speaking, it's difficult to chair such kind of a session with all the luminaries on the subject on one platform. It was such a blessing and it was such a privilege. And that is why, you see, it is my distinct honor and privilege to address you today at the valedictory session of this remarkable 2-day national seminar on society and culture in art and philosophy of life, understanding the cultural praxis and epoch-making of Zubeen Garg and Northeast India. Actually, that's where the challenge lies, because hardly do we have anything else to say because he is endless. We probably would never have realized that he is so intensely interdisciplinary had we not organized this. So as we gather here to mark the culmination of these intensive and enlightening days that have truly humbled us, I feel a profound sense of gratitude and pride. This seminar has truly been a confluence of minds and hearts, united by a shared passion for the great maestro, Zubeen Garg. And I liked, one of the comments that our student shared. You cannot die, you are Zubeen Garg. And I'm so very over here resonating with that very powerful remarks that you've made. Of course, we cannot really afford to believe that he is not there. He is actually there. We have heard some very unique discussions on from voice to void, reimagining Assamese identity after Zubeen Garg, delivered by Dr. Pami Borthakur. It was such a beautiful rendition of the journey of the master creator. And Zubeen Garg, the radical romantic by Professor Jyotirmoy Pradhani, it was such a well-researched thought, I would say, on the maestro's work. We also had Dr. Azman Ara speaking on Zubeenesque philosophy, which also ought to be thought about. In fact, I would try to summarize. It's very difficult to summarize also what Professor Bhagirathi Panda said, all directly from their hearts, from their emotions. And I was listening to one of the online talks delivered today morning by Professor Dolly Kikon, where she was saying that, well, we should not, stop at that emotive space. We should take this beyond. We have to live it, in fact. So, and I must say over here that Zubeen's influence on Assamese identity is both profound, and not only Assamese identity, he created a pan-Indian, kind of an appeal that is both profound and pervasive. As a multi-talented artist, his music, activism, and public persona have shaped the aspirations, dreams, and collective consciousness of Assam and India at large for decades. His songs became not just hymns, but vehicles of cultural expression, resonating with people across generations and social strata. We have also heard the legendary Balu Majao, and probably, you must have been touched. I too became emotional for a moment when I heard him. The way he spoke directly from his heart, and so honestly. He also is a musician par excellence, no doubt about it, and extremely influential in, in shaping and reshaping the music scenario, not only of Shillong, of Meghalaya, but of the entirety of Northeast India, vis-a-vis India. So, Zubeen's songs, as were discussed over the past 2 days, became not just, hymns and anthems, but as I was saying, to repeat myself, vehicles of cultural expression, resonating with people, across generations and social strata. He defined he seriously defied all that. With his eventual departure from the public stage, whether through retirement, withdrawal, or the natural ebb of influence, a palpable void emerges in the pan-Indian cultural psyche now. This absence, though I personally am doubtful of the word absence, whether we really have that absence. Of course, that absence is there. But let that absence be only metaphorical, not real. So, this absence, as it were, challenges Assam vis-a-vis India to look inward and redefine what it means to belong, to be heard, and to participate in a shared heritage. No single voice can replace the impact of Zubeen, and I'm saying this extremely honestly, not because we are celebrating him and we are organizing this seminar, but this is a truth. But his absence also creates a space, I would say, for emerging voices, and that is why he is not absent. Because his quote-unquote absence is creating over here a space for emerging voices, new interpretations, and innovative forms of artistic expression that reflect the contemporary pan-Indian experience. Reimagining, Assamese vis-a-vis this pan-Indian identity after Zubeen involves, honoring the legacy he leaves behind while actively seeking new narratives. Artists, writers, and cultural workers are now tasked with filling the void, the very void that Dr. Pami was so truly speaking about. So that void needs to be filled, not by imitation, but by engaging authentically with the social, political, and emotional realities of Assam vis-a-vis India. This process invites a plurality of voices, encouraging diversity in expression and a dynamic negotiation of identity that moves beyond nostalgia and toward a more inclusive future. Ultimately, the journey from voice to void is not a loss, but a transformation. A call for the people to continually redefine and celebrate their identity, ensuring that the spirit of creativity and resilience that Zubeen embodied continues to inspire generations to come. And of course, what a romantic, as Professor Pradhani so beautifully narrated, what a romantic as an artist he was. He made multiple comparisons with the legendary singers of the world, not for no reason, you see, because known for his soulful voice, poetic lyrics, and experimental approach, he seamlessly blends traditional melodies with contemporary sounds, carving a unique niche for himself. Zubeen's persona is marked by a blend of radical artistic choices and unabashed romanticism, making him both a cultural icon and a beloved musician among his fans. Beyond his musical achievements, Zubeen is celebrated for his fearless advocacy for social issues and his passionate involvement in regional culture. His songs often reflect a deep love for his roots, while his public life demonstrates a commitment to progressive ideals. As an artist who continues to evolve, Zubeen embodies the spirit of a true radical romantic, inspiring listeners with every note and every cause he champions. Also, as Dr. Arzaman was discussing, to live a Zubeenesque life is to embrace the dynamic, creative, and fearless spirit embodied by Zubeen. Whether that means Zubeen Garg, the renowned pan-Indian artist, or a broader symbol of unrestrained self-expression and passion. The Zubeenesque approach is marked by versatility, curiosity, and an unapologetic pursuit of one's passions. With Zubeen present, life becomes an unfolding medley of music, art, activism, and authenticity. His energy inspires those around him to explore new horizons, break boundaries, and strive for a deeper connection with the world. But what exactly does it mean to live a Zubeenesque life without Zubeen himself? It is perhaps to internalize, as I was telling the students who were rehearsing the day before yesterday, that you have to feel the song inside you. You have to feel the artist inside you, and then will you be able to render the tunes that you are. So to live a Zubeenesque life, therefore, for me, is to internalize the qualities he represents, to create without fear, to love with intensity, and to stand up for what one believes in. Even in Zubeen's absence, his influence lingers in the choices we make to prioritize creativity over convention and to find poetry in the mundane. Living with or without Zubeen is both a homage and an evolution. A reminder that the Zubeenesque philosophy transcends any single individual, inviting each of us to compose our own symphony of purpose, courage, and joy. So over the course of this seminar, and of course, Professor Panda bringing in that interdisciplinary perspective, which has to be thought about, how music could contribute to that aspect of sustainable development so intensively. And of course, with Dr. Pami narrating the entire journey, the very child, the icon that he was, I guess, from the beginning itself. And you see, and then he rose to that unprecedented level of artistry and philosophy. I would say he was a philosopher. There's no doubt about it. His lines, breathe of philosophy. And so true she was when she narrated that spectacular journey of the artist. And of course, Bama Joe was speaking as an artist, in complete, not only solidarity, but in complete, I would say, unison with the artist who has not passed away, but who is still there. And from his words, we got to understand, the very essence of his presence, not absence. And that was, Bama Joe's, I would say, Bama Joe's crux. I mean, the very theme of what he said was in itself so very philosophical, because he himself is an artist. So over the course of this seminar, I would say, we have been able to delve deep into the rich tapestry of the icon's musical and poetic oeuvre. We have explored the historical evolution, contemporary challenges, and the vibrant future of our languages, cultures, arts, and traditions that define us. Through numerous sessions and discussions, we have witnessed, so beautifully presented by one of our research scholars, we have witnessed the strength and resilience of music, art, as well as the creative ways in which they adapt to the modern world. Let me thus take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing team, the participating scholars, educators, students, and culture and music enthusiasts. Your dedication, insights, and enthusiasm have made this seminar a truly enriching experience. I'm confident that the connections forged through this seminar and the ideas exchanged here will continue to inspire action and collaboration in the days to come. As we conclude this two-day national seminar, let us carry forward, that is the beauty of valedictory sessions. We need to carry forward over here, in and through this seminar, the very spirit of Zubeen as an unforgettable artist. Let us work together to ensure that his everlasting legacy thrives and flourishes, contributing to the vibrant mosaic that is India. This journey ahead is one that we must undertake together. And over here, I have to acknowledge the tremendous support of Professor Bhagirathi Panda and the entire team of ICSSR NERC. And IFLU Hyderabad for their generous support. Professor Panda is always a person on whom we can fall back upon because we know he's there beside us. And in anything that we do to contribute to the arts, the cultures, and the traditions, also the literatures and the languages of the Northeast in our own small ways. So thank you very much, sir. And thank you all for your participation and commitment. Let us depart with a renewed resolve to celebrate, preserve, and strengthen our cultural and artistic heritage. Thank you all very much once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for wonderfully delivering the concluding address and for grounding this seminar with your guidance and vision. As we stand here at the end of these 2 days, it's difficult to say this is simply a conclusion because we have experienced here, what we have experienced here does not end with this session. The conversations, the questions, the moments of agreement and even disagreement, they stay. In engaging with Zubeen Garg, we were just not studying a cultural figure, but we were in many ways trying to understand ourselves, our histories, our identities, our silences, and our expressions. And perhaps that is what makes this seminar beautiful and meaningful. Not that it gave us answers, but that it made us feel, think, and return to questions that matter. Hence, no gathering of this sort truly concludes without gratitude being voiced. I now invite Ms. Santidora Nomplo, Department of Journalism and Mass Communication at FLU Shillong, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening. First of all, let me congratulate the coordinators, Dr. Alangar Koshik and Dr. Arjun Manara, as well as all the members of the organizing team for successfully organizing this seminar, which was full of, you could say, recollection, emotion, memory, culture, and legacy. So congratulations to the team, and of course the seminar would not have been possible without the contributions of many individuals and organizations. So I hereby stand on behalf of the organizing team to propose the formal vote of thanks. At the outset, I would like to thank our beloved Professor N. Nagaraju, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the EFL University, Hyderabad, Shillong and Lucknow campuses, who's always there for us, always supporting us and guiding us, and he also delivered the presidential address at the inauguration function yesterday. A special note of thanks to our director, Professor Mushmi Guha Banerjee, for her welcome address yesterday, as well as for chairing the session today and for delivering the chairperson's note. Professor Bhagirathi Panda, Honorary Director ICSSR NERC, along with the entire team of the ICSSR NERC, very heartfelt thanks to you, sir. We know we can always count on you for support. So we also thank the co-sponsors, Assam Tribune and media partner, Northeast Network, for their extensive coverage of the event. I would like to thank the chief guests of the inauguration ceremony, Mr. Hemchandra Pathak, journalist and columnist, Guwahati, Assam. The guest of honor, Ms. Ivani Shapathau, for her soulful rendering of Zubeen's songs, and then Professor Streamlet Dakhar, former head of the Khasi Department, NEHU. She also gave an address yesterday. Of course, a special thanks to our valedictory speakers for this occasion, Dr. Ami Borthakur of the Department of Geography from the Royal Global University Assam, who also was, is a sister of the late Zubeen Garg. Her presence gave a different dimension to the gathering this evening. Of course, a special thanks to Professor Jyotirmoy Hadisa for your very well-researched and in-depth paper and presentation on Zubeen Garg's contribution. Thank you. I also want to express my thanks to a personal favorite musical icon of mine, Mr. Lou Majau, who he could stay here only for a short time. He was really profound in his address, so thank you to you, sir. I would like to extend my thanks to Mr. Parthajeet Barua, author and filmmaker, for delivering the keynote address. Professor Manash Pratim Goswami, the HOD JMC Department of NEHU, for chairing the panel discussion. All the panelists of the panel discussion, Ms. Sapita Sharma, Mr. Jayanda Bodoloy, Dr. Pallavi Devi, and Avinibesh Sharma. I would also like to thank Mr. Bonajit Hussain for the plenary talk yesterday, as well as Dr. Tensunung Sang of the Department of Linguistics, EFLU Shillong, for chairing this session. I also thank all the technical session chairs, Carolyn Walang, Pentukula Srinivas, who also gave the vote of thanks yesterday, Dr. Abir Sushang, myself, Dr. Alankar Kaushik, for chairing the technical sessions, as well as, of course, my thanks are also extended to all the paper presenters, both from the campus, who are still students or studying here, those students who have finished their studies, as well as all the scholars from all over the country and even abroad, all the way from Germany and Oman. Thank you very much to all of you. I would like to give a special note of thanks to Professor Dolly Kikon, who also delivered a lecture all the way from California, although she could not be here at the venue. So special thank you to you, ma'am. The special talks session chair, Ms. Rebecca Tham of the Department of Germanic Studies, EFL University, and the contributors of this session, Dr. Pratinicha Barman, Dr. Parasmani Datta, Dr. Jasmine Yingchunga, Dr. Juri Barwa, Dr. Rosie Yumnam, and Shweta Sarkar. I may have mispronounced your name wrong, please do forgive me. Yes, I also would like to thank all the talented students who have rendered yesterday the beautiful melodies of Zubeen Garg, and they have done so with enthusiasm. So I also would like to thank the lovely host of yesterday and today's program as well, Nafi Ainadon and Anshumi Gogoi, for carrying forward the program as well as Shahin, of course, for carrying ahead the program with beauty and dignity. Of course, I would like to extend my thanks to the team of research scholars from JMC and ELA, Shweta Sarkar, Anshumi Gogoi, Somya Das, Ridesha Gogoi, Akshay V, Ashwet Parak, Apurva Saurav, Audrey Ranja, and Kisumla Chankiri. The student volunteers of the JMC department, BA and MA, I know you wanted to be somewhere else for a fact, but you stayed here and delivered. I mean, you have given your heart and soul for this program. I thank all the students who have attended the program, and your presence here has enriched the sessions. I also congratulate the second semester batch of MA JMC students who have also brought out the lab journal under the guidanceship of Dr. Abir Susha. I also would like to thank all the invited guests who have come with their families. I saw two lovely young children here. I'm sure I can see a budding friendship between them. So special thank you to these little ones who have accompanied your parents. Yes, Dr. Julie Walang of the English department at UCC College, and Dr. Kamaljit Chirom of Mass Communication Department, NEHU. I would also like to thank the outsource and office staff by name, Mary, Tracy, Miss Loda, Nelson, Rambhag, Banda, Ivan, Rafa, Berkhat, Hilarious, Lisa, Baya, Cecilia, Diamond, Daria, Rajesh, Michael and the security team, Suraj, Sanju and Safira, for your logistical support, as well as hospitality, as well as maintaining the cleanliness of the campus, as well as for providing security and many other things that we cannot count. A special thanks to all the media persons for coverage of our 2 days program. The caterers, Pine Breeze, for delivering us the snacks and the food on time. I would also like to thank Mr. Ginmun Thang of the Hispanic Department, IFLU Shillong, as well as Mr. Timberly Roy Karbani of the ICSSR Shillong, who have helped with the design of the posters as well as of the certificates, as well as for Bidyarani for writing down the names of all the participants, Bidya Nayak, I'm sorry, for noting down the names on all the certificates. I'd also like to thank Mr. Jitumani Hazarika. You can see many pictures around the venue. He's a traveling filmmaker and a photographer, and he has contributed to the photo exhibition that we can see the pictures of Zubeen Garg once again. Dr. Sajal dear, special mention to you too for your address at the beginning of this session. And in case I forgot anyone, please do forgive me. I'm only human. I have many shortcomings, but please do know that all of you have a deepest gratitude and our affection. And thank you so much for making this seminar a success.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dorado, for being a part of this program. Your sweet voice ended it very sweetly. So the program comes to an end, but the thing is that as we proclaim that Zubeen Garg, or anything about him cannot end. So to keep that spirit alive, we are going to plant some saplings of Nahor, and I request our director, Madam Mushmi, then Sir Panda and Professor Pradhani to plant Nahor, because life has to go on, and it is in memory of Zubeen Garg. As the plants grow, we know that Zubeen Garg is growing with us. I'd like to have one of the students to plant a tree along with. Do I have Yusha here? Okay, so we have Madam MTV, Sir Panda, Professor Pradhani, and Yusha. 4 of you will plant 4 saplings in front of the academic building. Okay, thank you so much. Let's proceed from that. Okay, here is a sketch. Sketch by?
Pretty Nisha.
Yeah, would you like to say something about it?
We want you to actually take a photograph of them and share in social media, if you can. And just say that you are here and this is active. A request to everyone to share this photograph in social media, please, and tag us.
Tea is there. So all of you are invited to have a cup of tea. Feel warm a bit. Sir will meet you. If Priti has to say anything. Do you want to say anything, Priti? Do you want to say anything? Do you want to explain? Please have a cup of tea and then we'll proceed to the plantation. Volunteers? Apur? Plantations?
Yes. Yesterday was the occasion of Yes. With the
Yes. Let's
मैं बंद करता हूँ, लाइव स्ट्रीम खत्म।